Hello everyone, I am a cousin from Matlab1.com. In this course, we want to learn you about the Matlab software. When you open the Matlab software, you will see this interface. It has a 3-section and some icon in here. I will learn you and describe this icon for you in the first section. The first icon in here, it is a new script. In the new script, we write our Matlab program, Matlab code. It is some script that was written in the Matlab. At the first are command and the Matlab code will start from here, or it is another Matlab code that is a code for artificial bee colony algorithm. It is used for optimization, for finding minimum of a cost function, or it is another Matlab program. In this Matlab program, we partition our data into 2 sections, training and testing. In the next icon, it is a new live script. Live script is a new capability in the Matlab software that has additional features than script. In the live script, you can insert image, you can insert the result of a Matlab command. For example, when I run this section and this section generate an image for me, we can insert image of this line in the right section of our Matlab code. Or for writing text, you don't need to write the percent symbol. For writing comment, you can write a text and select it is as a text, and the Matlab doesn't compile that line. Okay, in the next icon, you can create another features of Matlab. For example, in this section, you can create a new function. Function is a block in the Matlab that can accept input and generate output. You will get familiar with the function in this course. Or live function is a live script that is a function that get input from you and generate output. As you know, some function can have no input or no output, or they can have a multiple input and they have no output, just display an image for us. Matlab can be used for object-oriented programming. In this section, you can generate object in the Matlab, or Matlab can be used for project. For some application, it is better to create a project. Project is a collection of some Matlab file. For example, a project can contain a script, can contain live script, can contain the data, can contain the Simulink model, or you can create a Git project in the Matlab. Git project can be interfaced with the GitHub, for example, for version control of your project. Or you can create a figure. Figure is a window that you can show an image, or you can draw a plot in the figure. Or you can create a new app. New app is a newest capability in the Matlab that you can create app for your program. For example, I write here a Matlab code for artificial bee colony, and the interface for the user can change the parameter of my script in here. For example, you can change the colony size, can change the max cycle, or you can change the limit, but it is not very it doesn't have a very good user interface. In the app designer, you can create a interface for your project. For example, in here it is a pulse generator, or in here you can create some gauge for your project, and the user can change this gauge. For example, you can create a gauge between 1 to 100, and the user can change the gauge and see the result of a parameter in the output. If you want to have your program has a better user-friendly interface, you can create a Matlab app in your project. For example, in here it is a template that you can change it, or can add some icon from here to your project. In this here it is a interface that is selected from the left section. Okay, and in the state flow is the flow that we use in the Simulink, and you can create the transition of state for your if you want to create a control project, a control block for your project, for your plant, it can be used. Or you can create a Simulink model. Simulink is the one of the most famous section of Matlab that is very famous between engineers all around the world. The engineer can use Simulink for modeling many application in the Simulink. For example, you can model an airplane in the Simulink, or you can model a vehicle, or you can model a battery, or you can create or design a controller for your motor, for your AC motor, or you can create a controller for your plant. A plant can be anything that you can create a model for it. Simulink has many capability. For example, you can work in a software loop, you can work in a hardware loop, or you can use Simscape. Simscape is a toolbox in the Simulink that you can create a real world example for your project. And in the open, you can open the previous code, or you can create open a file, M file, or a live script, or a Simulink project, Simulink model that you save in the another section of your system or your cloud. In the find file, you can use the find file for finding a file in your system. It has a very good capability. It has a two sections. In the first section, it just search for the name of the file. For example, I want to find the imshow in my system. I type the name of the file in here, then I select the type of file. I want to find the Matlab file, so I search the extension. The file for Matlab is the .m, and for live script is the mlx. Then you can select where do you want to search for this file. You can select browse. In the browse you can select another section for you. For example, I want to search in the Matlab section in my computer. and you can then you can search on the find and search for you, but cannot find anything in here. I can change to the enter Matlab path and then click to find, and it will find it for me. Then I can click on the stop and open this file. It is a file that can be used for displaying an image in the Matlab. If you want to get familiar with the image processing of Matlab, you can go to the matlab1.com. In our website, you can find another tutorial about the image processing in Matlab. Okay, another capability of find file is that you can search for the content of a file. For example, you want to find the Matlab file that use the for example in contour, a command that used in the file. You can it doesn't search for the name, it searches for the content of the file. So we can click on the find and it will search for you all of the content in the Matlab path. It needs very long time because it searches the content of every file for you. Encounter is a command in the image processing of Matlab that draw contour of an image. Okay, and the compare section, you can compare two file or folder. For example, it is very useful when you work in a large project. You modified a file many days ago, but you cannot find the line that you change in your Matlab project. You can use this icon for comparison and find the section that you changed in your project. It is very useful. Okay, in the next section we'll go to the another part. Okay, thank you for watching this Matlab tutorial. In this section we will continue describing the icon in the Matlab. The next icon is import data. Import data is an app that Matlab add in the first interface of Matlab that used for importing the different type of data. It is very useful when you work. As you see here, it supports many type of data. For example, MP3 or audio. Spreadsheet or TIF or text file or video or BMP or P6. A very important capability of this app in Matlab is that if there is any error in your data, for example, you have a data that you collect some data for you, for example, days data. You collected days data, but there are some error in your data that you could not find them. For example, you insert O instead of 0 in your data and you could not find this error in your data, this app in Matlab can help you to recognize this error in your data and replace them with let me to save this data in this folder. I don't want to describe this app for you, I just want to show you a simple example for data test 2. As you see, the Matlab create Excel shape for you. In here, there is this icon has a different color. It shows that it contains missing data. In here, you can select replace unimportable cell with, for example, you can 0, or you can replace with none and then write a program and replace the none with, for example, the mean of the previous and next data. Okay, the next, the save workspace. It is you can use the save command. Save is a command in the Matlab that can be used for saving the data as a mat file. .mat is the extension of data in the Matlab that can be used for saving the data. Okay. Yes, I have a simple example in here. It is data that contain some array. For example, it contains iris variable. You can say workspace, or you can create a new variable in here, or you can clear workspace. Workspace is its section in the Matlab. Or, for example, you can save a command as a favorite. You can analyze your code. For example, analyze our code is a useful tool when you want to analyze your code. For example, how much time that this code needs to be run, what type of function my code call when it is run, or it generates a report for you. In this report you can see some warning about your code. Run and time is useful app. In this app you can see the what time that your code needs to run. It can be used for improving the performance of your code. For example, you will see that in the section, in the line 10 of your code, you call a command or a function in the Matlab that needs 5 seconds to generate an output for you. So you will find this function needs a long time to complete, so you can replace it, or you can change the flowchart of your code to generate a fast Matlab code, because the response time of the code in the Matlab is very important. For example, you want to code that we use for face detection. When you write a MATLAB code that you want to use it for face detection, this MATLAB code must respond quickly, and the user cannot wait, for example, 20 seconds in the front of a camera that your code can generate output. So the performance of your code can be analyzed with this icon. The next icon is the Simulink. As I said you before, Simulink is one of the most famous section of MATLAB between engineers that they are using Simulink for many applications. It is a very, for example, you can use it for VHDL, or you can use for AutoSort. AutoSort is standard in the vehicle technology between supplier and tier 1, or we can use Simulscape. As I said you before, Simulscape can be used for modeling the hydraulic or electrical or gas or multi-body thermal element. Or Simulink real time. In Simulink real time you can create a Simulink model that has work in real time with the output of the MATLAB. For example, you want to control a motor that is directly connected to the MATLAB. It is real time. Or there are many different, or stateful. I said before, stateful is a flow chart, or that you can create a transition between a state. It is a very simple representation of some flow chart in MATLAB. You can click on the blank space, and MATLAB generate a blank space, blank model in Simulink for you, that you can select a block from the library and add them to the Simulink. You can apply some input, and you can see the output of your model in Simulink. Okay, in the next section I will describe the next icon in the MATLAB briefly for you. The next icon is a layout. Layout can be used for defining the place that this section of MATLAB are displayed. For example, you can change the place of current folder, or you can just use the command window. For example, if you select here, you can see just the command window, or which you will see here, just I have the command window. Or you can set the default layout. The default layout is the layout when you install the MATLAB for the first time. Section is the M file section that you write your MATLAB code. It's a current folder. Current folder is a folder that you are working and writing your MATLAB code. In that folder you can change it very simply. You can copy a path and paste it in here, or you can change it, for example, in here to another path, or you can can click this icon and find another path, or you can go to the one level, or go to the browse for another folder, or back to the previous folder. Or in workspace you will see the variable that you create in the Matlab. For example, I create g equal 20 or a string matlab1.com. It's our website. String, the string, as you see, is a different type of class in the Matlab, but they are array, then matrix. We'll see it's a different. Or you can create another object in the Matlab. If you want to see one of them outside of the first install of a Matlab, you can create in this icon, then you can create the undock. When you create undock, it comes in a separate window, and it's a better interface for working with M-files. M-file is a section that you must write some line code. In the future, it's a better to have the M-file section in a separate window. Or you can save your layout. You can save this layout, for example, my layout matlab1.com, and OK. It will come to this section. You can change it to the different section, then go to the layout and select my layout and return to the state, the layout that you save it. Or you can select or unselect a section of Matlab. For example, the command history, it is a pop-up. Pop-up means that you must click on it to come up. For example, if I change it to the docket, come in here, when I click, the command history is the section that shows the previous Matlab code that is the user typed in the command window. For example, and add the date and the hours that the Matlab is open, then show you the code typed in the Matlab. You can select a code and change it and run it again. You can go to the up and down in the command history with the up and down key of your Matlab code, or you can just type some character and then click the up icon. You will see that Matlab in this command history that starts with str. It's very useful capability of the command history. Or you can change the another part of this layout. Layout is not useful very much. Just use the default layout. It is a recommended layout for Matlab. The next icon is the preference of Matlab. Preference of Matlab contains all of the settings for Matlab that you can change in the Matlab. For example, in the font section, you can change the font of the Matlab. As you see here, I changed the font of the Matlab to the 15, or you can change the type, the font of the code very easily. Or you can change many things. For example, the number of recent folder to save in the history, because as I type here, you see that it shows me history in here. You can change the history, or you can change the preference of command window. I don't want to describe all of the section for you as you go in the Matlab and get advanced Matlab user. You will work with some section, and sometimes you don't need to know anything about this section. It depends on the application that you want, on your target that you want to use the Matlab. Okay, the preference section of Matlab that you can change the different parts of Matlab easily. And the set path. What's a set path? When you type a command in the Matlab, you can run a command, a script in Matlab with writing the name of the script in the command window, and it will be run, and you will see the result of your M file in here. For example, it is for prediction of rainfall in one area. When you type a name in the command window of Matlab search for this the M file in the current folder and in the days paths. If the Matlab can find this M file, then it will run it, and you will see the result of your code. But if you create a project in the section of Matlab that it is not accessible by Matlab, you must add this folder or subfolder to the Matlab search path very easily. Just click on add folder or add with subfolder, and that folder or the subfolders are at the search path. Then when you write the name of that script or function in the command window, it will be run without any problem. And the parallel is the feature that if you have a parallel toolbox of Matlab, you can use it for working with the parallel processing in the Matlab. In the add-on is a feature in Matlab that you can add some new feature to the Matlab. If you go to the Matlab Central File Exchange or the MathWorks website, you will see that there are many packages and toolboxes that are not installed in the Matlab. If you want to install them, you can use the add-on and add this add-on or toolbox or app to your Matlab. For example, when you work with some hardware board, for example, you want to work with Arduino or Raspberry Pi, when you install the Matlab, you cannot work with this board. You must get the hardware support package for this hardware from MathWorks website with this icon. When you download and install the package, then you can use you can generate code and download the Simulink model to the another hardware or board easily. The next icon is the help. The help is the help and documentation that you can use for getting familiar with a different section of the Matlab. In the left side, you will see the installed toolbox or block set in my computer. If you click on any icon, you will see the help of that. For example, when I click on the Matlab, you will see the help for the Matlab. Go to programming, you will see how to write a script. For example, in here you will see there are 5 functions. If you click on every function, you will see the help for a function. Matlab edit is a function. It is a very short text about this function. Edit or create a file, then the syntax of the file and description for a file. For example, edit, open a new file called align the editor. Matlab doesn't automatically save this file, then it means that you must save this file. Or you can go to the another section. For example, in the classes, you will work with object-oriented programming in the Matlab. How to create, how to use, why we use object-oriented design. Some section is similar to the course that you get familiar with a subject, but some part, for example, in here, contain some function that you get familiar with the some function in the Matlab. When you click on every function, you will see the application of that function. For example, rmdir used for remove a folder in Windows or in your operating system. rmdir blank space and the name of the folder that you want to remove. You can see some example in here. Example are very useful. Then you will see the input argument. What's the input of that function? When you work with this section, you getting more familiar with different part of the help. There are some video in the help. For example, when I go, for example, to the programming, I can find. In here you can see some video. For example, getting a start with the Matlab or working development environment. When you click on this icon, you will go to the Mathwork website and you will see this video tutorial. The Mathwork website, all you can use in when you click on Unwrap are some link for Mathwork Academy. The Academy, you will use some interactive course for getting familiar with the Matlab, or if you go to Simulink, there are some Unwrap course for Simulink or different part of Matlab, deep learning, machine learning. There are some Unwrap in the Mathwork website that you can use. All of these courses are generated by the staff or the employee of the Mathwork. Or go to the example. In the example section, you will see some demo for working. For example, if I open the array indexing, I can see some example for array indexing. Matlab is very useful if you want to getting familiar this 16, if I go to the graphics, there are some another example. For example, specify axle limit. It uses the xlim function of the Matlab. You will get familiar with this in this course. Or you can click on the PDF documentation and you will access the documentation of this help. Or you go to the Matlab answer. There are Matlab Central. In the Matlab Central, you can ask your question, and the Matlab user or the employee of the MathWork will answer your question. Or if you can find any bug in the Matlab, you can report this bug to the Matlab expert. Or if you have any problem in the installation of the Matlab, you can use this installation help. If you go to our website, matlab1.com, we have a section in our website. It is a forum of the Matlab. In this forum, we collected most of the error of Matlab. It's our website. If you go to the contact us, it's the forum section. You will see a complete list of error in the Matlab. For example, if you go to the big data section, you will see the error about the big data of Matlab. It's very useful forum that you can use. Okay, the next tab in the Matlab is a plot. When you create some data in the workspace, if you click on for example, any of the data in the workspace, the plot section are activated, and you can draw different type of plot in the Matlab very easily just with click on any of these icons. If you want to draw histogram, you can do bar area plot, or you can just plot data. You can use, or you can select two data and create a two-dimensional diagram for you. You can use a new figure, or you can use the current figure for showing your data. And the third tab is the app section. App section, you can work in Matlab with two ways. You can write some code, and this code can be used for your application, or you can use some ready app in the Matlab. This app help you to just focus on your work. Don't think about the way that you must write your code. There are many type of app in here. For example, machine learning and deep learning that they are using, for example, for creating a neural network, for pattern recognition, or for fitting to a feed-forward neural network, or for clustering, or for regression, or in the math and static and optimization. You will see the curve fitting that used for fitting data to a curve, or you can see the optimization. That is a very useful app for the project, the optimization project. You want to find the minimum of a cost function. You must just define a cost function and use this app for optimization. For a control system design and analysis, you can use many different type of app. For example, PID tuner, that you can use the course about the PID tuner in our website matlab1.com. PID tuner used for finding the best parameter for a PID controller. That is very useful in the designing control system, or an automotive section that's very new to the Matlab. For example, in the good truth labor, it is used for self-driving car. In self-driving car, we must train a deep neural network model. For training deep neural network, we need the ground truth laborer. It's very easy to use it. You just import a video to this app and use some easy tools in ground truth labor for defining the ground truth on your video. Or signal processing communication, you can use for signal processing application. For example, signal analyzer can you use for analyzing the signal or compare the signal, or you can FFT from a signal. There are many type of app. For example, neural ANFIS, Near Fuzzy Designer. It's a useful app for defining the ANFIS, or Fuzzy Logic Designer. It's one of the very useful app for defining the fuzzy systems Matlab. If you don't want to write Matlab code and just use app in the Matlab, you can use this app, but it's not recommended just learning how to use the app. But for some field of study, for example, the biology, that they don't want to learn how to write Matlab code, is not recommended. But some students don't want to learn how to program Matlab, and they have an experience in programming. They can use the app of Matlab. For example, if I click on the curve fitting, you can use for fitting data to a curve. It is very easy. Just create a name for your fit, for example, matlab1.com, and you must define the X data. You can create X data in the workspace. Let me try a simple example. No, they cannot be used. Let me define some data. A and B. I just want to show you the capability of Matlab. The capability of the app in Matlab. I used A as the X data and Y as the B data. And you will see this app produce a curve for me. The black dots are my data, and this is the polynomial that is selected for me. I just change the order of my polynomial, and you will see the coefficient of my polynomial and the formula of this model, and the goodness of fitness, the SSE, and the root mean square error of this model. And you can see the different different parameter of this model in here that shows how the goodness of this fit. As you see, I don't write any Matlab code, I just click on the icon, then it will show me the result. If I change the type of fitting, I can select a viable model, and you can see the formula of this model and the coefficient in this model, and the goodness of fit has a bigger RMC than a polynomial degree 2. It shows that the polynomial degree 2 has a better fitting for me for days data. Okay, it was just a simple example for you. You can save your session and load the save section in here, and everything doesn't lose for you. Okay, it was a tutorial about the different section in the Matlab. I will start learn how to program in the Matlab. Hello, welcome to the next section of this tutorial. In this section I want to speak about how to enter command in the Matlab. The Matlab user usually enter the command in the command window. Command window is a section in the Matlab that we enter our command. The things that we want to do with the Matlab, we enter the command in here. But when you want to write a collection of the code, you write mfile. Mfile contain the Matlab command. So for the first, at the beginning, you must getting familiar with entering the command in the Matlab. First command that you must learn is a CLC. When you enter some command, for example, I enter this command in the Matlab, and I want to clear the command window, it is just enough to write CLC. CLC clear for you the command window. Let me to run some other command. For example, you can calculate the sinus of pi. It is a 0. It is a low number in the Matlab. Or cosinus of pi. Or, for example, exceptional of 3. As you see, we can enter some command in the command window, and the Matlab return the result for us. We can save the result of the command in a variable. For example, I want to save the result of cosinus pi in a variable. I write, for example, Alt C. You can select any name for your variable, cosinus pi divided by 2, OTC. If you look at the OTC in the workspace, OTC contains this number. You can click on a variable and a data sheet will be open. After entering some command, you can access to your previous command in the command history. As you see here, I opened the Matlab in this date and in this hours, and it is my command that I run in the Matlab until now. If you want to return to your previous code, you can select a command from here, or you can press the up and down key. If you press up key, you go one by one to the previous command. If you press down key, you will go to the newest command. You can go to one command and try to change it. For example, you write this command but you want to change it. It is not necessary to write this command again. Just press the up key. When you press the up key, this command up, and you can change, for example, and calculate a new calculation for auto C. If you want to don't see the result in the command window, you can use the semicolon. If I put the semicolon at the end of the line, the result will be saved but doesn't show in the command window, but the result is saved in this variable. I write again the CLC command to clear the command window. If you want to evaluate a command or a collection of commands in the command history, select this command and right click and create evaluate selection. When you click on evaluate selection, the selected command will be run. Evaluate selection can be accessed from many parts of the Matlab. For example, in the help section, we can select a command, right click and evaluate selection. If you want to enter a line command in the Matlab, you just need to enter 3 dots at the end of your line. For example, I want to create a line string message out this message I want to display the line text to the user. If you enter 3 dots, then excuse me, because I write I must clean this. Now and this. And now the Matlab break the line. In the new line you can enter the remainder of your code. For example, by matlab1.com. Then press the enter and you will see the result of your code. Or if you want to enter a line variable, for example, auto equal 1 divided by 2 plus 3 plus 8 3 dot plus 9 minus 20 minus 12. As you see, a line command is breaked to 2 commands with 3 dots. It is very useful in a Matlab when you want to create a line command. For example, it is a line command. If I want to break this into 2 or 3 lines, every place that you want to break a line, press 3 command, then enter, MATLAB consider these two lines as a one line, but it is very good for the user can read this command. How to call a function in a MATLAB? The function in MATLAB can be called with a parenthesis. For example, you want to calculate the maximum of an array with a max command. You just need to write the array into two parentheses. Open a parenthesis and close the parenthesis. So the function in the MATLAB can be called with a parenthesis. For example, in here, max of this array is 89. Most of the function in the MATLAB can be called with a parenthesis. In the parenthesis, you will enter the input of the command. For example, display. Display is a command in the MATLAB that you can show a message to the user. This tutorial is from matlab1.com. As you see, the input of the function is written between two parentheses. This tutorial is from matlab1.com. But there are some functions that doesn't have any input. For example, CLC. CLC clear the command window. There is any input for this command. Or dir. dir display the file and folder in the current directory. Or host. Host display the variable of the workspace for you. And there are many. For example, theory. There are many commands that doesn't have any input. When you create a function in the MATLAB, you can define if this function has an input or there is no input. There is a special capability in a MATLAB that you can find a function with this icon. For example, if you press this icon, an interface will be open for you. In this interface, you can search for a function. For example, I want to find the histogram function that displays the histogram. It is a histogram. You can click on this function, then you can write the input to this function, or you can open the help of this function. Just write the doc at the beginning of this line and the help of this function will be opened for you. It is the help of that function. Each syntax in the MATLAB has a special color, and there are different colors for example, if you write as you see here, this command has a blue color, or they are green, or every is in a purple color. Every command in a MATLAB has a special color that it means. The special keyword has a blue color that you cannot use for the name of your variable. But the string and character array has a purple color. and the comment are in the green color. You can change this color in the preference of the Matlab, but it is not recommended that you change this in the editor. You can go to the display and here you can change the in the Matlab language you can set syntax color. The syntax color, you can change the color of the different section of the Matlab. When we was in the first beginning of the Matlab, it was very interesting for us to change the color of the comment, but it is not recommended. Another special property in the Matlab is that when you open a parenthesis in a Matlab, for example, suppose that I want to write a line comment in here, 3 plus 5, 7 divided by if you open a parenthesis in here, when you close a parenthesis, it will show you this parenthesis related to the which parenthesis. If you look again, when I close this parenthesis, it will highlight it. It is not just for parentheses. If you use the bracket, it is similar in bracket or in a cell array. Cell array you create with this as you. The Matlab highlighted the corresponding delimiter. Okay, another special property in Matlab is the code suggestion. It is a very interesting suggestion for you. For example, you remember some part of a code or a variable in the workspace. If you just write some part of that function or the variable and press the tab, the Matlab open a window for you, or if it is just if there is a one things about if there are some other function or variable, this window will open for you. Then you can select what things do you want. If you want this variable, you just click this and you can see this variable. If you for example in here I have a script function. If I want to run my script, as you see, I can type the name of my M file in here and it will be opened and you can see the result of my code. If I just enter the class and then press the tab, you will see a list of comment and variable that is start with a class string. You can select one of them, or you can press the escape and this list will be hidden. Okay, it is a very special properties in Matlab. It is automatic suggestion and complementation. It is very useful, because it completes the name and the value for you automatically. It is in the command window and in the MS script and live script. It works in both. Another special properties is that when you enter a command in the command window and open the parentheses, Matlab will display a help for you about that command. A different type of syntax for this command and a link to the help of this command. In this section, I want to speak about the matrices and array in Matlab. As you know, Matlab is a variation of matrix laboratory. It means that every variable that you define in the Matlab, it is a matrix or it is an array. So you must know very good about how to create array or matrix and how to work with matrix and array. So matrix and array are fundamental of writing a good program in Matlab or in a Python or in another technical language programming. You can create a common array with some built-in function, or you can create your favorite array. In this section, I want to introduce this array to you. The first array is the zeros. Zeros is the array, is a command that creates a matrix that all of its elements are 0. For example, in here I create a matrix Z2. You call this function with this syntax, zeros 3. It creates a 3 and 3 matrix for you, or you can specify the number of columns, for example 30 row and 2 column. It has a 3 row and 2 column. We need zeros command very much in our program. For example, when you want to use a variable in a for loop or in any loop, you need to pre-initialize your variable in your program. It helps the speed of your program. It helps that your program run fastly. So I want to fill this variable in my loop. So at the beginning, before the loop, I use the zeros function to initialize my variable with zeros. It is a number of row and it is a number of column. It is a structure variable, we will speak about it, but it is a number of row and it is a number of column. It's very simple. You must know the number of row and the number of column, and you can define a zeros matrix. The next one I use CLC to clear the command window. The next one is once. Once is the inverse of the zeros. It creates a matrix that all of its elements are 1. 1 z 2, 1 z 3, or 1 z 3 and 2. Okay, so if you want to create a matrix that all of its elements are 1, you can use the ones function. The next command is a rand. Rand is a function in the Matlab that generates a random number for us. For example, if you type rand and press enter, it generates a random number between 0 and 1 for you. As you see, every time I call this function, it generates a random number between 0 and 1 for you. So in your application, sometimes you don't need a number between 0 and 1. So it is very simple. You must multiply the rand in a constant. For example, I want a random number between 0 and 100. You just need to type 100 times rand. Generate a random number between 0 and 100. It is very useful for some artificial intelligence algorithm. It has a very application. I can bring some example for you. You can use it. You can see that it is has a very application in a different program. For example, you use it here rand_n. Rand_n is another command that generates a random number based on Gaussian distribution. For example, if you call it generates a random number based on distribution, Gaussian distribution. Please let me to run to see the help of this function. Normal distribution or Gaussian distribution. And there is no any shape in here. If I want to show you the shape of Gaussian distribution, it is as this shape. It is a 0, it is a sigma, and the mu of that you can define in this. But the sigma and the mu in here is a 0 and 1. Okay, let me to type or CLC. In the rand, you can define the number of row and variable as before. If you want to generate a matrix of random number for you, you can type rand and the number of row and columns for you. Or you can multiply in a number, so the number of matrix is between a number for you. As you see here, the random number are between 0 and 200. Every time I run this, you can see that the result has a number between 0 and 1. In some application, you need to generate random number between in a range of between A and B. For example, suppose that You want to generate number between A and B. For example, you want to generate number between 2 and 300. In here, you just need to use this formula B plus B minus A time rand. It will generate a random number for you between A and B. It is very simple. You just need to type. Let me to run this example for you. 300 minus 300 minus 2 times rand. As you see here, the number is between 2 and 300. In some application, you need to generate integer number. Let me to clear the screen and bring my previous code. For example, this code. As you see, the number are not integer, but you want to convert this number to integer value. Matlab has a 4 function for rounding number. 4 function that you can use for rounding the number in Matlab. The first is a round, next is a scale, floor, and fix. Every function has a special application. Round the number to the nearest integer. Let me to bring the help of this function for you. Round to nearest integer to round. And sign round toward positive infinity. If it is our scale, let me to it is a positive infinity and it is a minus infinity and it is a 0. Sail round toward positive infinity. I want to show you every number rounded to this side. To this side. Every number, the integer number that is in this side. The floor round toward negative infinity in this side. And fixed round toward 0 in this direction. It means that if it is a positive, it will round it toward a lower number. But if it is a negative, convert it to a bigger number. Let me to run it on this matrix. I use the round and run again this code. As you see, the result is an integer number. Every time you run, you will see an integer number. Or I can use sine. Or I can use the floor. or fix. What's important things in here for you is that if you want a positive number in any situation, you must use sale. As you sale rounded to the bigger number. So I don't have a zero at all. I don't have a zero at all. Let me to run sale. For example, if you 30.6, it will convert it to 4. If you 1.62, if you give it 0.6, it will give you 1. So in your program, if you need that your random number cannot be 0, and every time you have a integer number bigger than 0, you must use sile. It is a very application because as you know, in a Matlab, the index array must be bigger than 0. You cannot, for example, let me to put this in the variable. For example, it is a matrix in Matlab. If you want to index it, you must use a bigger number. Q211, it is this number, or Q212, this number. You cannot use 0, 2. In C++ or C or in Java, we can use 0. But in a Matlab, the index number must be integer and must be, as you see here, index invalid. Array index must be positive integer or logical value. Matlab support the logical indexing. So if in application you need a positive integer and that you don't see the 0 in the index of your array, you must use sale. Every has an application. It is my experience that when I need positive bigger than 0, I use the sile. Okay, why didn't I use the rand n? If I use the rand n in my matrix, the number that is generated is not between 0 and 200 because the shape of the normal distribution or Gaussian distribution is musbat infinity to minus infinity, negative infinity. So it can have any number. As you see, it is a bigger than 200. It's a bigger than 200. It is not between 0 and 200. It is a negative number. So if you want to have a control over the number that is generated, you must use rand n. But if you want any number that is generated, the range is not important. You use the rand n. It generates the negative and positive number for you. 0 is in here. Okay, it was the how to generate the random number in Matlab. Matlab has many applications for generating random number. For example, rand I. It generates integer random number. You don't need the style or round on another rounding function. You just need to type rand I5. It will generate a random number between 1 and 5 for you, or between 1 and 50. Every time you run, you will see a integer number. Or you can define the number of row and set, for example 3. You will generate a matrix 3 row and 3 column that a number between 1 and 50. So if you want to generate random number, these three functions can be used, and you will see this function many times in a different Matlab code. For example, in here it used the rand n for generating the random number, or in here it used the rand n for generating the random number. All of these functions that you are using, it will help you to writing the code in the future. This tutorial is prepared by matlab1.com. The next function is the I function. It can be used for generating the identity matrix, the matrix that the diagonal element are 1. For example, I3. As you see, the element in the diagonal are 1. Or another example, for example, A5. Generate a matrix, a square matrix for you that the number, the diagonal of matrix are 1. The next command is diag. Diag is a function that extracts the diagonal matrix of diagonal element of a matrix. I was a matrix. If I want to extract the diag element of I can use diag I. Diag I extract the diagonal element of I for me. Let me to change a number in this matrix and run it again. It is a I. As you see, this number, change it. If I run it again, you will see that the number in the diagonal element of the matrix are extracted. It has some application in some code. For example, we have a matrix, it's a confusion matrix. Confusion matrix is a matrix that used in a machine learning algorithm. It is a square matrix. For example, the matrix, square matrix. When we want to calculate the accuracy of our machine learning model, we need to extract the diagonal element of this matrix. So the performance are the diag if it is C, for example, it is C matrix, diag C. Diag C is 3 plus 6. If you divide it in this number to all the number of this matrix, you will have the accuracy of your machine learning model. Must multiply this value in 100. You can go to the matlab1.com. In the machine learning package, we will speak about this property in Matlab. When you want to find the accuracy of a machine learning model from confusion matrix, you will use this function of Matlab. So until here we got familiar with some function in Matlab that generate a matrix for us, but we can generate or we can create a matrix with a number. For example, I want to create this matrix for you in Matlab. It has a 2 row and 2 columns. So I just need to type the name, then equal, bracket, then 3, 9. Just type 3, blank space, 9. Then use the semicolon. We're going to the next row. The next row, 8, 6. 8, 6. Then press the enter. As you see, this matrix is created for me in Matlab. Or another matrix. For example, if I want to add some element to this matrix, for example, I want to add -3 in here and 44. The new name is D. D has 2 rows and 3 columns. So D equal 3 minus 3 and 9, 8, 44 and 6. And this array is created for me. So if you want to generate an array with that, you can type the row and the columns of your matrix and you will have an array. A simple way to change the element of an array is you double click on that variable in workspace. As you see, C has 2 rows and 2 columns, but I want to add some number to C. You just need to double click on C in the workspace, and in this window you can add some number to your array. For example, I will add a number. If you enter anything in this row but you enter a value in here, Matlab automatically generates 0 for this empty element. So if I type C again, you will see how these values are added to the C. It is another way that you can create array in Matlab, but we cannot use it in a when we write M file. In M file, we have a control or generate. We can just run the code. We cannot, if you want to just use these method for creating array. This method just used for some limited application. The next topic is array indexing. Array indexing is a very important in Matlab because in your program, in your code in Matlab, you must want to work with the data. For example, it is a data. I must work with the day's value. I must know how to index. For example, how can I select the first row? How can I select the first column? How can I select the third row? How can index this value? How can index this value? It's very important that you must know how to index a value, a row, the column, the elements in a Matlab. Matlab has many approaches to accessing array elements based on their location in the array. These approaches, some of these approaches are indexing by position, or linear indexing, or logical indexing. Okay, let me to bring some example for you. Suppose that it is a C. As said before, you can open C and add some value to C. It is a very easy. It is similar to Excel from Microsoft. You just need to type. Okay. Our C is this array. I want to index this value in Matlab. You must know the number, row and column. It is in the first row and 5 column. Okay, C 1 and 5. So this value is indexed. Or I want to index, for example, this value. It is in the row 3 and column 3. So C3 and 3. As you can see, it is very simple in Matlab. As I said before, the index cannot be 0. But in another programming language like C, C++, we can use 0 as indexing. But the first column is a 1. The next is a 2, and the next is a 3. And the first row is a 1, and the next is a 2. Okay. So an error can happen in here is that when we are working in a code, when we're working in a loop and we are reading an array, for example, this array. Sometimes this error can happen. For example, this error says to us the index accessed array bounds. What does it mean? C has a 3 rows and 7 columns. But we want from Matlab that extract the element in a, third column, 30 column. So this columns, there is not this columns in C. So the Matlab will display error for us. So if you see this error, it means that in one of place in your code there is you don't pay attention to the size of the matrix, and you index a number bigger than number of row or columns. Okay. The next things that you must know is that we don't just index one element. We can index 2 or 3 elements. Suppose that I want to extract this number and this number in a one command. They are in the first column row, so I write 1, but it is in the 2 and it's in the 5, so I write 2 and 5. In here Matlab extract these elements for me. Or suppose that I want to extract this element and this element. They are not in one row. It is in the row 2, it is in row 3. So in here I write C 1 for this and 2 for this and 3 for this. At the first we must specify the rows, the number of the rows, then we specify the number of columns. Columns in here is a 1, in here is a 6. This type of indexing is one of the most important property of Matlab than other programming language. It is very simple and you can just write very good program with this property. If you want to select all of the elements in a row or in the columns, it is very simple. Suppose that it is our input matrix. I want to extract this row. So if you want to extract a columns, instead of specifying the number of row, you type 2 dots. Then you specify the column that you want to extract. It's a 3. So it extracts for me the third columns. Or if I want to extract the fifth columns, I just need to change it to the 5. So extract the fifth columns for me. It's very simple. If you have it, it can happen also for rows. If I want to extract, for example, the second rows, I specify the number of row and then 2 dots, and it will extract the second row for me. Or for example, suppose that in here I want to extract this as a new variable and these are another variable. It is very simple. What's the name of this variable is? So I put a name for it, for example, input data is. Then we must specify the number of row. The number of row in here, it is a dot because I want to select the columns. What columns? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I write 1, 2, 3, 4. If you open the input data, as you see here, these number, these 4 columns are in the input data. And I want to extract these columns as a new variable. For example, target data. Here it is. The row is all the elements in the row and the 5 because it is in the fifth columns of the arrays. So if you take a look at the variable space, you will see that the final rows, the new name is the target underline data. It's a very important in Matlab. For example, this value can be used for training a neural network or artificial neural network in Matlab. To train the neural network, you need to data for training and the target of the data. You can go to the matlab1.com. We have a very good course about artificial neural network and artificial neural network in Matlab. There are many things that we can speak about them in here, but I think when you get advanced in the Matlab program, it's better for you to getting familiar with this subject. For example, in here I write 1 to 4. I can use this column in here. Column in the Matlab generate a number for us. It is a start, it is an end, and it's similar before. If I just type it in the command window, you see that it generates a number between 1 and 4. Or you can specify the step of this, for example, between 1 and 4 with step 2. 1. If you add 1 with the 2, get 3. Or we can specify a bigger number, for example 10. As you see here, 1, 3, 4, 7, 9. Or you can specify a bigger number for a step, 1, 4, 7, 10. Or you can start with the bigger number and go to the lower number. For example, in here it starts with 20, then subtract 2 from 20, 18, and so on. If you don't specify the step, Matlab consider 1 as a step. For example, in here, from 1 to 10, it is generated for you. And next thing that I want to speak about is how to convert a matrix to a vector. Suppose that it is our matrix. If you want to convert it to a vector, for example, f, just to type this command. Just 2 dots between 2 parentheses. If I type it, as you see, This matrix is converted to a vector. The matrix in Matlab is saved column-wise. It means that if Matlab want to read your matrix, it starts from first column. As you see here, the start is the first column, then second column, and then the third column. These things are the most important properties of Matlab that every Matlab developer must know this very well. The next one in the indexing is a logical indexing. It means that you create an array with same size with the reference array, but it contains just 0 and 1. Every element that you want to select, you must insert 1. For example, if you want to select this element, this array must have a 1. If you don't want to select this, you insert 0 in here. If you want to select this, for example, insert 1. If you want to select this, insert 1. So it is a logical indexing, or indexing with a logical value. Let me to show you some example. It is our array. I want to select this array, this value. So I create, for example, a variable. The type must be logical, so I must write logical in here, and in the input of the matrix I must select the value that I want to select. I don't want to select it, so I insert 0, 0, then 1. I want to select this and this value, so insert 1 for the first row and 0, 1, 0 for the next. So I create a logical array, as you see here. Matlab show that it is a logical array, and the symbol of the logical array is the symbol of the logical array. So you just need to D into. So these two values are selected. The logical indexing value is very useful when you want to select the element inside the array based on a condition. For example, I want to select the negative number in the D. I just need to write D lower than 0 between it generates a logical array for me. Then I put this value as input to the D, so just this value selected. Or I want to find the value bigger than, for example, 8. This value is bigger and this value is bigger. I want to find the bigger than 8. So this value. If I want to bigger and equal, 8 is selected 2 for me. It's very useful when you want to use for to select the value inside the array based on a condition. The next thing is about expanding a matrix. Suppose that it is my matrix, or it is my matrix. I want to insert, for example, I want to combine some matrices with each other. How can I combine or expand a matrix? You can add one or more elements to a matrix by placing them outside of the existing row and column index boundaries. Matlab automatically pads the matrix with 0 to keep it rectangular. For example, create a 2 by 3 matrix and add additional row and columns to it by inserting the element in the 3 and 4 position. For example, it is my matrix if I insert, for example, a new array in the 3 and 4 position with the value, for example, 66. As you see, Matlab automatically insert other element with a 0. We saw it in the if you remember, I insert some value in C with this ability. Okay. The next things that you must know, it is about empty. Empty array is sometime happen in your code. For example, suppose that I want to find a value in this array that are bigger than C bigger than 1000. The result is a logical array without any value. So if I use as indexing, you will see that the output result 1. As you see, the result is an empty columns vector empty matrix. Empty matrix, as you see here, there is no element in an empty matrix. It is very useful when your program you want to represent the concept of no things. Sometimes we need it. Okay, how we can expand a matrix? Suppose that this matrix is a C and this matrix is a J. If I want to create a matrix, a new matrix that contain the element of C and G, but C in here and G in here, and they generate a new matrix for me. For example, X. How can expand a matrix? How can concentrate a matrix with each other? There are some special commands for concentrate array horizontally or vertically, but if you must pay attention to the number of row and columns. The number of row are similar, so I can concentrate the array horizontally. So I just need to write x equal c j, and these two matrix will be concentrate horizontally. If I want to concentrate, because the number of columns are same, I can concentrate these two matrices vertically. I just need to write C semicolon J. In this way, these two matrices are concentrate vertically. So let me to test it. Let me to open a new name. Okay, C equal 3986 J equal 10111 J, and x equal Cj. As you see, these two matrices are concentrate horizontally. If I want to concentrate these matrices vertically, I just need to type here semicolon. So the matrices are concentrate vertically. It's a very simple, but you must pay attention to the number of rows and columns. If I open, for example, if I open a matrix in here, for example, X and C, I just concentrate these two matrices horizontally, because the number of rows are same, but the number of columns are not same. The number of columns in X is 4, but the number of columns in C is 2. So I just run X C, but I cannot run this. As you see, generate error for us. These errors are very important. You must get familiar with these error, because when you write some code in Matlab, you will see many errors at the beginning. When you know the meaning of every error, you can find the error. You can find the solution of the error quickly. So if I want to combine these two matrices, there is a special command in Matlab for it. It is a horse cat. For example, horse, it means horizontal, cat means concentrate. Horizontal cat, C and J. And for concentrate array vertically, you just need to change the horse to vert, the abbreviation of vertical, C and G, and is O. As you see, these two matrices are concentrate vertically. The next command that you must be familiar with it's a ripmat. Ripmat contains two sections. Rip is a variation of repetition, repeat, and mat is a variation from matrix. It means that this function can repeat copy of an array for you. It is a very useful. For example, in this code, it is, as you see here, it is here. I use this function in my code, or in another example, here this function is used. As you see, you must getting familiar with this function, and a big Matlab code are constructed by this command. For example, you can search for ripmat here, but there is no ripmat in this Matlab code. Okay, it is very simple. If it is our matrix, I can use the ripmat. The input is you must copy a matrix or array, so you must first determine the array that you want to generate a copy and the number of copy. How many copy? 3. So it generate a matrix for you when you, if it is a generate a matrix 3 and 3 for you, that the matrices C copy in this matrix. So if you take a look at this, it is a C matrix. It is a C matrix. C matrix are copy in here. Or you can specify the number of row and element. 1 row and 3 columns. Here the C matrix. So in this example, I write rip mat C and 3, but in this example, I just write this example. C and C. Rip mat, the number of row in this matrix 1, the number of columns 3. So the C is repeated in this shape. You can use it for many type of application. For another example, let me to use one of diag. Diag was a command in the Matlab that can generate a matrix for us that the diagonal element are days value. So if I write B equal rip mat A and 2, I said before, it will get 2 and 2, but the number of rows is 3 and 3, number of row and columns are 3 and 3, so the B is 6 in 6. Excuse me. As you see, the B is 6 in 6. Or I can just write 2 row and 1 columns. It is an A and it is an A again. The next things that you must know is about transportation. Transportation is a concept in mathematics that the row and columns are transport. So if it is a main matrix, if I want to for transporting a matrix, you just need to insert this symbol after your the name of your matrix. If you take a look at this matrix, the row and the columns are transport. So let me to show you another example. For example, it is n. Let me to calculate the transport of n, a new name, for example, nt. As you see here, this column is now the row, and this column is now second. The second column is now the second row in here is the second column in nt. It has some application and some algorithm that you can replace the columns and row with each other. The next command that I want to speak is a command that generates linear space vector. There are many methods in Matlab that you can generate a vector. A vector is a building block for many algorithms in a Matlab. This function is a line space. The line space has 3 inputs. The first is the starting point. Then next is the finishing point and the number between x1 and x2. Let me to write, suppose that it is x1 and it is x2. When you want to generate a number between these two numbers, you use this command in Matlab. For example, between 1 and 10, generate 5 numbers. These two numbers are considered as a start and finishing point, and 3 numbers between these two numbers are generated. So we have 5 numbers. Or generate between 1 and 10, or between 1 is 0, 20, 5 number. As you hear, the number of numbers are 5. The first is the 0 and the end is the 20, and these numbers are between 0 and 20. Or another example, generate number between -5 to 5, 7 number between these two numbers. It has some application for generating a range for you when you want to, for example, suppose that you want to plot sinus. In this way, you can generate the time with a column that I said you before. It's a start, it's a finish, it's a step. But if you want to generate a number, a given number, then use the line space between 0 and 3, for example 1000 number, then you can plot sinus in this interval. As you see here, it has a many application. What's mostly or usually it used for generating signal, for generating the range that you want to show or generate a signal. Okay, next function that you must be learn is the length. Suppose that it is my matrix. You can find the size of the matrix with a size command. It will give you the number of rows and the number of columns. How many rows do you have? 3 rows. So the first element is 3. How many columns does it have? 4. The second element is 4. You can insert the number of row and column into variable in this way. In this way, the number of row goes in M and the number of columns go in N. Or another example, this is H. Let me run size for this matrix. The number of row is 2 and the number of column is 4. Size has application when you call an array from input and you don't know the number of columns and row. With this function you can determine the number of row and columns or the array size. The next function is a length. Length mostly used for vector, but you can use it for matrix. If you use in matrix, it will show you the bigger value in the size. Because it has 2 rows and 4 columns, it shows the 4 to you. But mainly it used in a vector. For example, let me show you a vector, or we can convert. I learn you how to convert a matrix to a vector. T has a 1 row and 1000 columns. If I use the length for T, Then I can find the number of columns in T. As you see, it's a 1 row and 1000 columns. So the output of the length is the 1000. Or it is Q2. If you use it for Q2, it's a 5 because the bigger number between row and columns is 5. The next one is endimes. Endimes show you the dimension of input. Most of the variables that we work in this tutorial are two-dimensional, but Matlab support three-dimensional vector. For example, I use zeros for generating function that contains zeros, 3, 4. If you specify the three number determine the number of dimension. So I generate a matrix in here that has a 3 dimension. In every dimension I have a 3 row and 4 columns. If you go to Z1, you will see it has a 3 dimension. So if I use endimes for this matrix, you will see that it returns 3. So for finding the number of dimensions, you can use the endimes. The next comment is the nominal. Nominal return the number of array elements. For example, if you remember, H has a 2 row and 4 columns. Nominal return the number of array element. How many elements does it have? 4. 2 times 4, that's 8. Okay. Or in another example, for example, N2. Excuse me, NT. NT has a 6 row and 2 columns. If I use nominal, it returns 12 for me. The number of elements in this matrix. Okay. The next thing that it is better to know is empty command. This empty command can determine if your input is empty or not. H, because the H has a content, it is not empty, so this empty returns 0 for us. But if I use a condition in this array, for example, if there is any number in H that is lower than 0, 9. No. So if I use this condition as input to the is empty, it returns 0 for me, because if I run this for you, all the elements are 0, so it returns 0. It just finds empty. Empty is an array that has no element. For example, this output is empty. So if I use this as an input, it returns 1. It is very application in MATLAB programming. For example, when you write a function and you want to give input from the user can enter any number as input. So to determine if the input is empty or not, you can use the is empty in your condition. Then the next one is a sort function. Let me to convert a matrix to a vector. It is a vector H2. Let me to transpose H2. It is H2. If I want to sort the array element, I use the sort function. Sort H2 will sort me from the low number to the bigger number. 0 is the lowest number in here, so it's the first element, and the 9 is the bigger value and goes to the end element in the output. We can determine the direction of the sorting just by writing in here. Ascend is from lowest to biggest, but the descent is from biggest value to the lowest value. Sort has some application in some algorithm. For example, when you want to sort the value from the smallest to the biggest value, it is very application. The next command that you must learn is the flip. Flip order of element. Let me to show you H2. If I use the flip on H2, you will see that 1 comes to this direction, 0 comes to here, and 9 go to there. And if you consider a line in here, the number of elements come in here, the number of elements come in the right element come to the left, and the left element come to the right. It's a function that you can use in your Matlab program. Let me to run it in a matrix. It is the edge in our matrix. If I run the flip, on a matrix, you will see that it works as you see in here. When you call the flip on a matrix, it will flip the columns element. You see that the columns are flipped. Let me to show you a bigger matrix. I think the T is a good value, yeah. It is a T matrix. If I apply the flip to this matrix, because it is in the middle, it doesn't change. As you see, this doesn't change, but these columns come to the up, and this column goes to the down. And the next is a flip LR. Flip LR, rotate the element from left to right. Let me to show you the T and flip LR key. If you take a look at the result of flip LR, this column comes to the first column and column, and this column comes to here, as you see in here, and the middle column doesn't change. We have another command. It is a flip UD. Flip UD. Flip the input matrix. Let me to run it. As you see here, it works on the columns. It is better to use flip UD or flip LR in your Matlab program because you can control over the flipping. But the flip without any special character, if it is a vector, it is a horizontal vector, it will flip from left to right. But it is a vertical vector, it will flip from up to down. But up to down is abbreviation for up to down. You know that this command will work and rotate or flip your array from up to down, and flip LR from left to right. Okay, the next command is a rot 9. It rotates array 90 degrees. As you see here, it rotates my array for 90 degrees. Let me to show you how to operate rot 90 on the input matrix. If it is our array, rot 90 will rotate this array 90 degrees. For example, if it is the direction of our array, after applying the rot 90, you will have this array, and it is a direction inside the array. So in here 9 and 6 come to the first, then 3 and 8, 0 and 1, 1 and 1, 9 and 6, 3 and 8. Let me show you another example, Q2. Q2, if I rotate 90, Q2, you will see that 184, 0 come to the first, then these columns come here, then this column comes here. Okay, rot 90, and we will get familiar with transpose. For transpose, we insert this command, or we can use the transpose command for transposing array or a vector or a matrix. As you see, the result of two commands are same. in some time we cannot insert this symbol after our array or variable, so we must use this command instead of that. The next command is a permute command. It has two inputs. It used for rearrange the dimension of an array in an order that you specify in the input of this command. For example, suppose that it is my matrix. If I want to change the dimension of this matrix, for example, to 1. This matrix is a two-dimension, has a 6 row and 1 column. If you write 2 to represent the second dimension, 1 is a first dimension. It means that switch the row of column of matrix F. As you see, it switch the row of column of matrix F. If I have create a random matrix with a 3 dimension, it mainly used for 3 dimension. For example, I create a matrix that has a 2 dimension. As you see here, it contains 2 matrices. The first dimension is this matrix and the second is this matrix. I want to change the order of the dimension. It means that if I write B permute A and 3, 2, 1, it means that I want to switch the dimension of this matrix. The third dimension come to the first, and the 2 dimension replace same, and the first dimension go to the end. As you see here, the order of the dimension are changed. If you take a look at the input matrix, the first row come to the first row in the output, and the first row in the next matrix come to the next row in the output, and so on. This row come to the first, and this row come to the next, and the final row, the final matrix, and the final row in the second dimension come to the third dimension. It can be used for rearrange the dimension of an array in order that you specify as a second input. The next function is the circ shift. It shifts array circularly. It has many applications, some algorithms. For example, suppose that you have or 1 to 10. As I said before, the step in here is a 1. It generates an array from 1 to 10. If I want to shift this array circularly, it means that if it is my array, this number come to the end, and every number and every element in the array come up in this direction. This come to the end, and every element, if you determine the circ shift one element, every element come up. Okay, let me write b equal circ shift all and 1. 1 determines the number of circulation. As you see here, 10 come to the first, and 1 and 1 come to the down. So the direction is in this side. And if you specify the number 2 for the circulation, 2. First, this array is created, then one element it go one step ahead, and 10 come down and 9 come up. You can do this circ shift in a string. For example, suppose that it is our input string. If I write circ shift still 1 and 3, I'll see the 3 elements come to the first, and they come to the from left to the right. As a default, this function work as you see here. If you don't determine anything as a default, it work from up to the down and from left to the right. But you can change this direction. Okay, let me to see how this operates in a matrix. Suppose that it is a matrix that I want to circ shift the column of this matrix. It's very easy. You just need to write circ shift D and 1. Excuse me. Circ shift 1. As you see, the end row come to the first, and in this direction we are working. If you want to work in the columns, you just need to determine the dimension. If you just put a 2 at the end of your comment, then it shifts the columns of your matrix. Let me to bring D, then I or in the columns. As you see here, 0066 come to the first, and these value go to the right in this direction. You can have a direction in a boot left to the down and the right in the one command. For this, you must determine the number of circulations. For example, one to the down and one to the right. Let me bring D, then I run this command. At the first, we have a shift to the down. After down, we have a shift to the right. Okay, this line come to the first and they go to the down. Then when you come to the up, it is in the first row. Then when it shift to the right, comes to the first column. We can have a shift to the negative direction. If you want to have a shift from down to the up in this direction, you just need to input a negative number as an input. For example, it was our command just replace -1. Then you have a direction from down to the up. As you see here, this come to the down, and every place go to the every element, every row go to the up. Or you can have in the columns. As you see here, the columns shift to the left direction. Just use a negative number for number of shifts. Okay. The next important function is a reshape. Reshape is one of the important command in the Matlab that reshape an array for you. It has many applications. For example, you have a matrix that has a 2 row and 3 columns. You want to change it to a matrix that has a, for example, for example, 3 row and 2 columns. Or a matrix that has a, for example, or you want to change it to a matrix that has a 1 row and 6 column. The most important things in here that the number of elements in all of these matrices are same. The number of elements in the first is the 6. The number of elements here is 6. The number of elements here is 6. You cannot change a matrix that has a 6 element to a matrix that has a 10 element or 8 element. The most important things is that the nominal input matrix, for example A, must be same in the input of this function and the result, the dimension that you want to convert. Okay, let me to check some example. If A is a 1 to 10, this array, I want to create an array with 2 row and 5 columns. It's very simple. Just type reshape A 5 2. Excuse me, 2 5 2 rows and 5 columns. As you see here, it creates a matrix for you. The most important note in here is that the Matlab work on a matrix column wise. As you see, these numbers at first in the first column, the next number are in the second column, and the next number in the third column. It is important in the Matlab. It's a trick important in the Matlab. Or I can change this matrix to 5 row and 2 columns. Or I can increase the number of elements, for example 24. Let me A 1 to 24. 24 is a better number, for example, because you can change it to different type of matrix. For example, B change to 4 and 6. When you don't consider a better number of elements for your array, you will see this error. This error means that number of elements must not change. When you the number of elements in the A is 24, and the number of element, excuse me, I just use B in here, I must use the A. Okay, but it is a very important error in this function. When you work with this function, you must pay attention to this error. This error say you that you don't pay attention to the number of A. As you see here, convert the matrix to, or I can change it to this array, or I can change it to this array. Or I can change it to this array. It depends on your flowchart in your Matlab program that what's the best for you. Sometimes you don't know the exact number of row or column after reshape, but you just want to create an array with 2 columns. For example, it is A. You want to create an array with 2 columns, and the number of rows is not important for you. Okay, in this way you just need to use the reshape A, and for number of row you can use this and then 2. The Matlab automatically finds the number of possible row for the final matrix, or you can use it for the number of columns. You just want to create a matrix with 3 rows. The number of columns, you don't know the number of columns. You can use this function. It is a very useful when you want to change the dimension, the number of row in the array in some application. It can help you very much. The next topic is about removing the row of a column or a column in a matrix. Suppose that it is my matrix, or for example it's my matrix. I want to remove some, for example, row in this matrix. In the Matlab, it is very easy. At the first, I remove just one row. For example, the third row, if I want to remove, you just index to the third row. How we do index third row? We use 3 and 2 dots. Then just use this symbol. It removes the third row for you. You cannot undo this operation. So if you want to save this array, so please save it in another array and use this way for removing the row. You cannot undo. As you see here, if I type F, there is no the previous third row. If I again use and remove the third row, it removes the new value. Don't remove the previous value. Okay? But now F has a 4 element. Let me to bring a matrix. It is my matrix. I want to remove the 4 and 5 columns of this matrix. I said you just index. I said you before, you can index the third and fourth 4 columns, and use the symbol for removing these columns. As you see here, these columns are removed. Another application of this symbol is to create an empty matrix. Sometimes you need to initialize an array, but it is, as said to you before, you must use the zeros command for initializing the array. It increases the speed of your program, but if you want to create empty matrix, just use this symbol. We go to the workspace. As you see here, the result is empty. The next topic is about the data type. Data type is important in Matlab that you must know about it. Every data in Matlab have a type. For example, days are double. As you see here, Matlab shows double. Or it is a logical. Or it is a character or a string array. Okay. By default, Matlab stores all numeric variables as a double floating point value. For example, when you create w equal 3.6, it stored in Matlab as a double precision floating point value. You can convert the value between each other. For example, you can convert numeric array to the integer array, or to an unsigned integer, or a 32-bit signed integer or 64-bit unsigned integer. It's very simple. For example, I convert, for example, in here, I create an integer number, for example, int 8 to 10, output is as y. Also here, Matlab write the data type of the number in the output. If we go to the y in here, as you see, y is not double, it is int 8. It is the 8-bit signed integer. I create another integer in here, for example, unsigned integer 32-bit. For example, 200. Excuse me, u into 32, 200. As you see here, u is a unsigned integer 32 bits. Why do we need this data type? For example, in image processing application, the value of the pixel, the image are between 0 and 255. So the image are not double. You can convert image to double, but the image in the computer is stored as an unsigned 8-bit arrays. So you must pay attention that when you are working with an image in Matlab or in another programming language, the image is stored as an unsigned integer. But you cannot, for example, let me to create an unsigned integer. Q1 is unsigned integer 8-bit, for example 90. Unsigned integer cannot be negative. So when you, for example, 1 minus Q1, it cannot be negative, so the output is 0. If it was not unsigned integer, the result was minus 89. 1 minus 90 minus 89. But because it is unsigned integer, unsigned cannot be negative, so the result is 0. So when you want to work some mathematical operation on an image, you must convert your image from unsigned integer to a double. It's very simple. There is a special function in Matlab for it. For converting an image from unsigned integer to double, we use the double command. Okay, in here it is enough Q1 equal double Q1. At now, Q1 is a double. For seeing the data type of a variable, you can use the class command. Class commands show you the data type of an array. If I write the class for Q1, the result is double. If I result for U, the result is unsigned integer 32. Okay, at note the Q1 is double. If I write 1 minus Q1, the result is minus 89. But when it was unsigned integer 8-bit, the result was 0. So it is very important to pay attention to the data type in Matlab. For seeing the range of every data type, you can go to the help of that data type, and you will see here the data type of unsigned integer can be between 0 to power 8 minus 1, or integer 8-bit. Result is between minus 2 to power 7 and 2 to power 7 minus 1. Or for another integer 32-bit, the number is between in this range. Why do we need to convert the, for example, why do we need to convert from double to another? Double needs a lot of memory for saving the variable. For example, suppose that I want to create a matrix 300 and 300. How many elements does it have? It have a 9,000 element, and every element suppose that needs 64 bit for saving. The result is it needs this memory just for saving this array. $5 million bit just for saving this array. As see, it needs a lot of memory. But if you when you know that, you just need you don't need a float number, or you can use a low precision for your calculation. You can save the memory with convert to the other data type, and it helps you that because one of the error in Matlab is that Matlab help memory. This error can prevent your program from running, and for finding a solution for this problem, you must pay attention to the data type of your variable in your program. Okay. The next topic is about the test determine the class of the input. For example, I create u as the unsigned integer 32. If I want to check the input is integer or not, I can use the is. Is one of the special command in Matlab. It can be combined with many commands. Is can be combined with many commands. For example, is integer determine better input is an integer array, is float determine if the input is floating point array, or I said you before is empty determine if the input is empty or not, or is numeric if the input is numeric, it's a number or it is not a number, or is a real number, or it is integer, or it is another type of. As you see here, is can be combined with many commands in Matlab. There are many that you can determine the class or the type of input. It helps you very much in when you want to give a array from the user, or you want to create a function that take input. These help you to determine the type of input. For example, if the user give me a float number, or the user give me integer number, or if the input is a string or it is a character array. So there are many commands. I think the is a is a combine all of these commands in a single command. For example, is a character, is a string, is the structure. All of these are type of function or type of variable in Matlab. You can create double array, you can create an integer 8-bit, signed integer 8-bit, you can create character, you can create a string. For checking, for determining the input, you can use it has all of these functions are collected in a single command is a. For example, numeric, if it is a numeric means it's a double, sign, integer 8-bit, or float, it's a double or single, or it's integer 8-bit, integer 60, integer 32, and so on. There is some special course in matlab1.com about the computer error and human mistake in Matlab programming. This data type, the floating point number, the double, another type of data type can cause some error and mistake in our program. Most of the Matlab user doesn't pay attention to this error. Please go to matlab1.com and give this course. This course helps you to get familiar with this type of error and how to solve them. They are very important. You can see some example for it. For example, you write a program, a simple program in the for loop. The result is another thing. You expect that this loop will give output, but after running your code, you will see that the computer give you another output. What's the reason for this error? In this course, we will speak about it. Okay. The next things, it's about the numeric value limit. There are some special constant in mathematics that most of the engineer and science that read the mathematics course, they are familiar with this constant. For example, the epsilon. In the Matlab, epsilon is represented by EPS. It's a special constant. It's called floating point relative accuracy. If you go to the command window and write the APS, it will result the value that the Matlab used for accuracy for the calculation. APS is equivalent to the next largest double precision number. It says 0 and the next, this number is a representation for next double precision number. If you go to that course, in this course, you will see that what's the reason that it is the next double precision number. The next is inf. Inf is another number in Matlab that represent in the mathematics we represent it with this symbol. Is infinity. If you want to create or work with infinity, you can use this symbol in Matlab. Another is nan. Nan is abbreviation for not a number. Not a number. What does it mean? When you divided 0 to 0, for example, f 0 is divided by 0, the result is a nan. Or in the mathematics, we said it undefined. Then next is a real max. Real max is the largest positive floating point number. It has a direct relation to how to represent a double number in computer. The next is the real mean. It's the smallest normalized floating point number. For example, real max. This number is the largest positive floating point number, and real mean is the smallest normalized floating point number. The most important things in here is the nan value. Nan value is similar to a virus. When you don't have a complete attention to your algorithm or your code, it can happen in your code that it produces the nan. For example, A is 3, 5, 9, 0, 10, minus 32. And I have another matrix, it is a B, P is 1, 2, 8, 0, 2, 3, A and B. And in the some part of my code, I divided A to B. And I don't have to pay attention to this part of my array. As you see here, the NaN is produced because I divided 0 to 0. But another part are numeric, have a numeric data type. Okay, let me show you the again. And if I continue my code, for example, it is my code, and in here the result of this line is a NaN. This variable will be used in another part of code, for example, in here or in here. And if I use this array that contains NaN, I want to describe you what a NaN is similar to a virus. If I use, for example, if I find the sum of D, what's the sum of D? It must sum all of these elements for me. What's the result? The result is a NaN. And if you again use the result of sum in another part of your code, at the end of your code you will see that all of your variables are NaN. What was the reason? The reason was that I divided 0 to 0 in some part of my code. So if you see that at the final of your code, you see that all of your variable or some part of your variable, all of these elements are NaN, it means that in some part of your code, some 0 are produced, and it is divided by another 0, and it creates a NaN value, and this NaN value propagate in all of your code, and you will see the NaN in the final result of your code. It's a very tricky point that you must pay attention. The next variable was inf. For producing if, we can use this. For example, if a constant is divided by 0, the result is inf. Inf has a similar behavior to NaN, but I have more than 15 years old programming in Matlab, but the inf cannot happen very much, but the NaN is very common. Matlab has a special command for working with a NaN. As you see here, when I calculate the sum of D, the result was NaN. But Matlab has some command that calculate the sum if there is any NaN in your variable. For example, NaN sum. NaN sum ignore this value in this array and calculate the sum of your variables. There are many commands for it. For example, NaN sum and NaN mean, and let me to show you another example. NaN mean, calculate the mean of array and ignore the NaN value, or NaN median, NaN mean, under the NaN mean. So if your program you know that there is a NaN and you cannot find a solution for your NaN, you can use this command in your code, and they help you to find a solution for your work. Non-media. Okay. Matlab, similar to other programming language, contain many functions for working with character and string. Because the character and string are a building block for many program, many application, many project in program language project. The first thing that you must know that the character array and string array provide storage for text data in Matlab, just for text. For example, if I want to create a character string, character array in Matlab, for example, CA, it just need to use this symbol for creating a character array. For example, it is a character array. For creating a string was not before the 2017 version of Matlab. After 2017 Matlab support, you can create a string in Matlab. For example, str1 equal. For creating a string, you must use this symbol. This is a string. If you go to the command window, workspace, you will see that the shape of this symbol are different with each other. Character array, it has a C and H, and a string, it is a str inside of this variable. You can also create an array of a string. For example, day, weeks, similar to a numeric array. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Friday. I just insert 4 days of week in here. As you see, it is a 2 in 2 string array. When you create a string in the Matlab, you can use some command for working with the string. If you work with the Python, Matlab also supports many functions and methods for working with string. You also convert character array to a string. It is very simple. For example, string, just use the string function and give the name of the CA as the input, and the result is a string. It was a character array, but the result is a string. If I calculate the size of this, it's a 1. But if I calculate the size of CA, it's 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you must pay attention that when you create a string, you cannot find the length of the string with the size. The size just return the number of row and column of a string array. If you use the size for this array, it will return for you the number of row. There is a 2 row and the number of column 2 in 2. You may have a question, how can I find the length of the string? For finding the length of a string, you can use the str length. What was the string? str3. The length of the string is 16. You can also convert a numeric array to a string array. For example, n is a numeric array. It is n. I want to convert it to the string array. As I said, strn is equal to string. String was a command that convert any data type to the string. The result is a string. String, it has this symbol. It means that all of these values are converted to the string. If you want to go from a string to the numeric, the command that you must use is a double. For example, I have a string that all of its elements are number. You must pay attention to this point, to this note. All of the elements are numbers, so I can convert it to a number just for typing double strn. Excuse me, yes. The result is a double. It is not a string. It can be helpful for converting a string to number. Number to a string is very useful for when you want to print a string to the user or you want to create a message. It will help you because the message must be a string and you must convert the numeric to the string. The first function that you must know, it is a join. Join is a function in Matlab that can combine a string with each other. For example, I have this array, this string array. I want to combine these rows with each other. Can be combined by string join command in Matlab. Join the element of a string array with each other. As you see here, all of these value created one value, and all of these value is created one value. This string was a 2 row and 6 column, but the new string has a 2 row and 1 column. It can be helpful when you want to combine the element of a string with each other. If you want to determine the default value for between the string is a blank space, but you can determine a new string. For example, let's use a string. A string is represented by this symbol. And now, between of each element, this symbol will be added, or you can use dash. Okay, how can I combine two strings with each other? For example, it is a string I am, and it is another string. How can I add these two strings with each other? It is very, you will use this feature in many Matlab code. I want to have this string. I am matlab1.com. When do we will use this feature? When you want to print a message to the user. For example, I am in iteration, for example, iteration Poland, and the cost value is Poland. These values are numeric array. You will convert it with string and then put them in this blank space. Okay, how can I create a string from some string? The simple way, similar to Python, is use the plus symbol. For example, A is I am, and B is if I write A plus B, you will see these two strings are added, but it is better to have a blank space between them. How can I? This is a blank space. If I use then a blank space between these two strings are added. Or you can use plus. Plus is a function in Matlab that add two strings with each other. But the simple way is using the plus symbol. It is very simple, and you can use it in many applications easily. I must say here that I don't want to getting familiar with all of these functions that is related to the string in Matlab. It needs a separate tutorial. Please go to matlab1.com, and there is a special video tutorial about the string have a many function that another function that you can use in Matlab is convert a string to the array. For example, 3 is a string, but if you want to convert double, you use the string to double. But if you want to convert a number to a string, you can use num to str. Num to str convert a number to a character string. The result is not a string. For the character array, for converting to a string, just use a string command. As I said you before, is can be used for determine the input data type. Is char check if the input is a character array or not. For example, it is a character array, no. It is a string, but it is a character array. The output is a 1. The output in here is a 0, or 20 is a number. It is not a character array. The result is a 0. Or is a string. Is a string determine if the input is a string or not. For example, it's a string, no, it is a number. It's a string, yes, the output is a 1. It's a string, no, it is a character array. So the output is 0. The next one is a function that used for find and replace. The first function that used for find and replace is a contain. Contain check if in a string there is a pattern or not. For example, matlab1.com. I want to check if there is a am in this array or not. Excuse me, contains. Yes, am is in this array, but is not in this string array. The result is 0. Or I can apply this to the string array. For example, contain strn is 9. There is no element that contain is, but I can check 3. Yes, there are 2 elements that are 3. So in the output, these elements are 1 and other elements are 0. Can help you for finding a pattern in a very big pattern. For example, you just want to check if the input string contains some special string that you don't support. For example, you want to set a password. Password must contain, for example, some special content. You can check if the input contains that special character or not. Another function is the maths. Maths check if the input pattern match any of the string array. For example, strn it is a string array. I want to let me to bring another example for you. It is my string array. Let me to add some character to this array. Or in here. In previous command, it was a contain. In contain, we just check if the input contain a string. It can be in the start, it can be in the middle, it can be at the end. But in the match, it must be matched, not inside a string. A string must be match a string. Okay. It is my new string. I want to check if any value. Let me to bring example from contains. Contains string and then. As you see here, there are other character in this string, but because it contains this string, the output is 1. But if I use the maths, the result is 0 because it is not matched to this one. If I want to find the match, I use this command and the result is 1. Okay, it is a difference between match and contains. The next is the count. Next function is a count. As the name represent to you that it counting the occurrence of a pattern in an array. For example, it don't show the place in the array. It's just counting. It's just a counter. Okay, count in strn the number of 1. As you see here, it counts the occurrence of this string in the array. It shows that just one array of 1 is in here and 1 is here. If I go to the string and add another number to this string and run it again, the new string in this element has a 3, 1. So if I again run this command, you will see that it gives me 3 count for this array and 1 for this array. It doesn't show the place, it's just counting the number of occurrence in an array. The next command is a string find. A string find, as its name shows, it finds a string in the another string. It is a very useful application that you can find a string inside another string. For example, string 2, I create a string for you. Matlab is a registered trademark of Matlab Inc. Okay, it is a string. Excuse me. Registered trademark of Inc. Okay, I want to find a string inside this string. How can I find it? str find, then the name of my input and the string that I want to find, for example inc. As you see, it returned for me the number that this string is happen in this line string. It contains any element has an index number, and 47 is the index number that this string starts. Let me to use another string, for example math ma just it is in here, or let me to check a there is a in here, another a is in here, another is here. We have a 4a in this array, and it returns the index of this array for us. Let me to check another example, for example matlab1.com. If there is not any occurrence of a string in the reference string, it returns empty, and you can check is empty. It shows you that this string doesn't happen in this reference string. Okay, the next function that I want to learn you, it is arrays. Arrays a string from another string. Let me, for example, it was a str2. If I want to remove a string from this string, I use the arrays. str2, for example, is. As you see, the is removed or erased from a string. It helps you very much in many projects. For example, in some of my projects, I want to work with a subtitle in the movie that I must work just with a string. As you know, the subtitle in the movie are a string. and you must know all of these functions very well. If you want to remove some string, or you want to add a string, or you want to for example replace a string with another string. Another function that used very much when you want to give a string from the user is a string lower. Lower convert a string to lowercase. As you see, the output is lower and the inverse is upper. Upper convert to the uppercase. What's the application of this function? Suppose that you want to give an input from the user. In the Matlab, you can create the GUI. For example, app or the guide, you can create these in the Matlab very easily. And you want to take input from the user. User can enter, for example, type OK or yes or no. The user can type many types. For example, user can type yes. User can type yes. User can type yes, or user can type yes. Every user can type yes in many type. But when you want to compare the things that user enter, if you use the lower function, if you use lower function, all of these will be converted to yes, yes, because you use the lowercase. And if the user can type all of these and your program will work. But if you don't use the lower, just when the user type this case, your program will work, and it is not good for your code. It's one of the application, but it has a many application. The next command is a string CMP. String CMP compare to a string with each other. It's very simple. For example, AL compare with AL, the result is 1 because all of them are similar. If you compare with AF, they are not similar and return the 0 for you. What's the application of string CMP? String CMP is used in the condition. When you want to compare a string with a reference, for example, in here, suppose that the input from the user is n, and you want to compare it with a yes. As I said, you must use the lower to convert this input to lowercase. Then, if the user enter one of these type for yes, this condition will be satisfied and the command in this section will be run. The string CMP used for compare to a string. There are many functions in the Matlab for working with a string. Matlab currently supports the regular expression. Regular expression is one of the most useful tools and library for working with a string. For example, when you want to work in web and you want to extract some string from a web, or you want to work with a line type of string, or anything that if you want to work in NLP, natural language processing, most of them use regular expression for working. Python support regular expression, and Matlab currently support regular expression. It is a very difficult subject for learning, and you must practice very much to know regular expression. In another field, we will speak about regular expression. Please go to the matlab1.com. You will see this course in our site. The next topic that I want to speak about it is a categorical array. Categorical array is one of the array in the Matlab that mostly used for machine learning or deep learning. It helps you to categorize the target of your variable in a finite set of discrete category. For example, for creating a categorical array, you can use the categorical command. For example, C equal categorical suppose that you have a three class R and G, and B, and there are some sample in your dataset R or G or B, and you want to create a categorical array from your dataset. Simply, you can use the categorical array by passing the element of the target vector to this command. The output is a categorical array. And why do we need to convert the array to the categorical? The first is that the categorical array needs a low memory for storing. And I show you in an example that the categorical array has a lower space than saving the target array. And the next one is that when you work with the categorical array, you can define a string for any category. For example, when you are working in an artificial neural network, every input vector must have a target class. The target class can be a number, for example 1 or 2 or 3, or it can be a string, for example the name of the person, John or Ali. But if you want to use a string for the name of every class, the categorical array is better. In the most machine learning machine learning model in the Matlab support categorical array, so it's better to work with a categorical array. The next command that can be used for creating a discrete of categorical variable is use categories command. For example, in here you can use the categorize We must first convert this array to the categorical array, then use the categories as input to this command. Output can be C or C class. The problem in my code was that I have a variable of categories in my workspace. Then I use C as the input to the category. Matlab bring output from this variable of workspace for me. So I want to work it well. I must delete this from Matlab. Let me to run the CLC and use again categorize C. As you see here, Matlab show me the three class or three categories in my input data. I said you that category array reduce the memory requirements. So please let me to show you example from the how can it help me to reduce the memory requirement. I have a category array in here. Let me to create this category. It's my category. It's a state in the workspace. As you see here, it is a cell array. If I use the host command to see the memory that this variable needs, as you see here, the byte is 1188. What if I converted this variable to the category with this command, category call? Now if I use the host to see the necessary byte, as you see, the necessary byte is reduced and this variable needs a lower memory in the computer for saving. So in a large project that your target of machine learning project has a many class. For example, in some project we are working with 1000. Our target vector is more than 1000 element, has a more than 1000 element. It is better to use the categorical array for storing your target variable. I can use the categories command to see the category of my variable. In here there is a 6 categories. The next command is a summary. Summary is the command that help you to see summary from your dataset. It says that there are 6 classes and there is a 2 class in city. There is a 2 sample, there are 2 sample in city, there is a 2 sample from MA and 2 sample from MA and 2 from NH. Or if I run the summary for C, you can see there are 3 samples from R, 2 samples from G and 1 sample from B. If I bring the state that I use for creating, there are 3 samples of R in my command, 2 samples from G and one sample from B. The summary helps you to have a good overview from your categorical array. So in a large data set that you cannot count all of the value, for example, suppose that it is your target, you cannot count every how many breadcrumbs there is in my data set. It is very hard for you to count them manually, but this command helps you to find all of the sample from every class in your dataset. Let me to load a dataset from the Matlab. It is a dataset for cities. This dataset contains three data. First is the name. Name is a dataset from the city in the USA. As you see, it is our name of the city, and it is a categorical array for the city. It's another category that shows the 9 class for this dataset. Okay, for every name there is a rating. For example, the element, the rating of quality of life, it is the numbers related to this city. And the next one, Akron, the quality of life is this city. Okay, so it is our target data. Okay, let me to change this data to a categorical dataset. The first thing that you must know that this array is a character array. We cannot use character array as an input to the categorical. I must first convert the categorical array to the cell array. For this, I must use the names equal cell str. Cell str convert a character array to the string cell array. The output is a cell array. Now I can use the categorical to convert a cell array to a categorical array. As you see, the output is a categorical. Now I can use, for example, the summary. In every class we have just one sample, or I can use the categorize to see the category of my dataset. If you want to determine whether input is a categorical array, you can use is categorical. This categorical can be used to check the input is a categorical array or not. Ratings is a variable in my workspace. It's a double, so it is not categorized, so the output is 0. But the names is a categorical array, so the output is a 1. The next thing is that how to add a new category to the categorical array. Suppose that it is our input cell array. let me to clear all the workspace and a new cell array. Input is cell array. I want to create a categorical array from this categorical from state. It is a categorical array. How can I can use the summary for seeing the available category? As you see here, there is a CT, MA, and so on. Let me to add two categories to the stated two variables. So the output is state. For example, you can use a new name or can use the previous name. I can use a new name, stated 3, add cats. Now you must use this name, stated 2, and in a cell array you must specify the new category that you want to add. I set the SH and NR. Close the parentheses. There. So my stated 3. If I use the categorize for seeing the category of stated 2 and categorize for stated 3. As you see here, it has a 6 element, but it has a 8 element. Two new are added, SH and NR are added to the end of this categorical array. The next command is a remove cats. Remove cat, remove categorize from a category array. For example, it was my category array that I created in the previous command, and if I use the summary for a stated 3, you see that two categories, there is no sample, there is no element for these in my category array. So if you use the remove cats for stated 3, these two categories that they don't have any sample in our data set will be removed. Okay, I must create a new name for my new state 4. If I use the summary for saying the state 4, as you see here, these two categories are removed. And it has a 6, but it had 8 category. You can use the remove cats for removing a category that has an element. For example, let me show you state 2 and summary for state 2. As you see, all of these has a value, but I want to remove this from my categories. Just use the remove cats and the category array that you want to remove and the name of the category that you want to remove from your data. RI. Result state 5. So with this command, I remove the category RI from state 2. And the Matlab display undefined for the sample that was related to this class. We have one sample, so you can see there is just one undefined in here. If I use summary for state 4, you will see that this class is removed. And if I use the categorize for state 2 and categorize for state 4, you will see that it has a 6 categorized, but there is a 5 categorized in state 4, and RI are removed from state 2, and the new category array is state 4. Okay. There are many functions and vectors for working with the category array. Please go to the matlab1.com. There is a specific course for category array in our website. The next data type that is very important in a Matlab are tables. Tables is a data type for collecting data and metadata properties such as variable names, row name, description, and variable unit in a single container. When you create a variable in Matlab, for example, when you create this section of this array, you cannot have the name of every column in this array if it's a double array. But when you work with the tables, you can set the variable name, you can set the row name, or you can set a description or a variable unit for every columns, all of them in a single container. Each variable in a table can have a different data type. For example, it can be number, but it can be a string. But the most important things in here is that the number of rows must be same. So very evident, it's clear that the number of rows must be same. How can we create table? We can create table with import data. We can import data from the Excel file, from a text file, from other type of data, and import them as a table. It's very simple. Just specify the data type for the output in the import data as a table. Or you can use the read table. Read table is a new function in a Matlab that can create a table from other type of data, from text, from Excel, from many type of data set. Let's import data. As you see here, the output type you can set a table. When you set the table and use the import, you can set a name for this. If I set the import, and if I go to the data, you can see that the table is created in the workspace. Every column has a name. In this example, they are number and the type of every column are same. Or you can use the read table. For example, I can use the read table instead of import data for reading this Excel file, or I can use it for reading another Excel file or a text file. In the previous version, the Matlab user used the XLS read for reading the Excel file, but read table has a better capability for working with other type of dataset. For example, in here I can say T equal read table and the path for the Excel, because the Excel is my current folder, so I can just write the name of this Excel file. As you see here, this variable is created in a workspace. It's a table. If I click on it, you will see that this Excel file is read for me. There is a similar command for category array. Is there in a table? Can use the summary. And it will show you a summary from your data set. It says that 25 elements have this value, 25 elements has this value for the minimum, median, and the max. Or can use the size show you the size of this array. As you see, it has a 25 row and 6 columns. Similar to other array, in a Matlab we can use the indexing for extracting some part of array. For example, in here I use this for extracting the third column of this table. If you open the T3 is the third column of T. Everything that you know about indexing you can use for table array. Or I can select the table from table 2 and 3. Now the T3 contains the table 2 and 3. Or I can use this for selecting the rows. For example, I want to select row, for example 10 on the R10. R10 contains the value for 10th row in a T. A special feature in a table is that you can use the dot for accessing to columns in a table. For example, if you press dot and then press the tab, you will see a tab. In this tab, you can see that, for example, BEP. If I open the T, you see that BEP is a name for one of the column, or HCE. If you want to extract the BEP, it is just enough to use the BEP, for example, values, equal to t dot BEP, and BEP value are extracted as a double array. It is not a table. So we can use, for example, plot to plot the BEP value of T table. It's a special property that you can use in your code, in your program. But when it's a double array, if T is a double array, you just use the indexing for extracting the table. If you use this way for accessing to the columns and the order of these columns are exchanged. For example, BEP come to the second column, or it is go to the final column. Your code will produce a correct result for you, because the number of every column is not important for you. You don't access to this column with a 4. You access this column with its name. So the place of this column is not important for you, and it works correctly for you in every situation that your table are created. So it's a better way to work with data on the table. Let me show an example for working with a T. If I open the T, you will see that it has some value. For example, every value represents and has a meaning. Suppose that is related to a medicine data set, that it is a pressure of blood, for example, and you want to find a person from that in your data set that the pressure of their blood is lower than a threshold. It's very simple when you work in the table. It's very simple. For example, person low, person that has a pressure lower than value, and T dot BEP lower than a threshold. The value of threshold can be selected by a doctor, for example, lower than this value. I'm not doctor, but I just want to show you example. It will the row that has this value or lower than this threshold are selected. Now you just need to get this as an input to the T. The row are selected and the columns. As you see, person low is now a table, but it has a 19 element. The table has a 25. We can decrease the threshold. Now the person low has a 10 value. 10% has a blood pressure lower than a threshold. So writing a code, the table is very small. The output of this command is a logical indexing. If I show you, index 3 is a logical indexing. So I use the logical indexing here to extract the person that has a blood pressure lower than a value. There are many functions and methods for working with table in Matlab, but for example, you can join two table, or you can create a union set from two table, or you can find a way for missing value in your table. There are many methods that you can go to our website, and there is a special course for table in Matlab that can help you to get professional or expert in working with table. But these things that I said you here are most important feature in table. The next topic is about the creating structure array. Structure array is one of the array that used in a many programming language. If you know any of the programming language well, you have worked with this array, for example in Java, in C++. This array has some field. In every field we save a value. For example, it is a patient is a structure array that contains some field. For example, name, billing, test. For accessing to the field of a structure array, we use the dot. Dot in here is used for accessing to the content of the cell array. It is very simple, but it has many applications. It's very important. If you want to work in Matlab, you must know how to work with the structure. It's a very simple way to work with a variable. For example, in another programming language, for example in a C++, we create a structure array with this command. It has a three field: name, role, and marks. In C++, we specified the type of every field, but in Matlab, because it's a high programming level language, we don't set the type of structure, but when we define a field, the Matlab automatically finds the data type of every field. Let me show you a simple example. As see here, there is two patterns in this structure data. I want to create the first. It's very simple. Just use a name for your array, then indexing, because the structure array can contain many data, and put a name for every field. For example, I use this. It's a name. When you create this field for this structure, you didn't specify the data type, but because it is a character array, the patient structure, if you open it, the first is a character array. The type is automatically is founded in Matlab. The next field is billing. It's number. On the next field, as you see, the one specify the number that what data in this structure are modified or created. The next is the result for a test. It can be a matrix. As you see here, the structure can contain a string array, character array, categorical array, the number, or a matrix. If you open the patients, you see that there is three field. The name is field, it's a value. And the third is a test, and it is a matrix. You will see many algorithms, many methods, many functions in the Matlab that use the patients. Let me to define another sample for it. Excuse me. If you want to modify a name, just use the patient.name and create a new name. Now the name in the first are changed. Okay, if I want to open the new value, I use 2. The name, the John, and the billing of the 2 is 29, and the test excuse me, I must use it for 2. Now you see that there is a 2 field in here. Every field, excuse me, there are 3 fields in here. The first field is name, the second is billing, and third is a test. And every has a row for itself. Name is in here, billing is here, and test is in here. Okay, if you open it in the command window, you see that it says that it's a structure array 1, and there is a 1 row and 2 columns. It has a 3 field, name, billing, and test. If you want to access to a field in the array, just specify the number of the person that you want to work, then press the tab. When you press the tab, it shows you all the field in this structure array. For example, the name, and or you can do 2. It's very simple and very useful for working with data in Matlab. There are some functions for structure field. For example, is a field, for example, patient. Now, excuse me, with this command, we determine if the input is a structure array or not. Array field. For example, there is a field in my variable. Its name is a billing. Let me to check. Now it says that in your patient there is no field. Logical is 0. The field that is in patient is a billish or billig. I use, as you see, the output is a 1. Or I can test. The test in is yes. Let me to check. Yes, this field is in my structure array. It is very helpful when you want to in your code you want to modify a field. Before writing the code that modify the input, you must check if this field is in your data or not, because when this field is not in your data and you want to modify it, the Matlab will produce an error and your code fail. Another function in Matlab is remove a single field from a structure array. As you see here, I have a tree field. I want to delete this field. It is very simple. I can set a new name for output, patient2. For removing a field, use the command rm. Rm is abbreviation for remove and field. From which array? Patient. What field do you want to remove? Village. Okay, if you open the patient2, the village command is not. Village field is not in your data. See that the name same, village is not in this, and test is in the output. Or you can remove multiple fields in your structure. Sometimes you don't need some field. You can remove a field from your structure array. The next function is the array find. Array find, you can apply a function to each element of a structure array. For example, to use array find, and then you must create a function handle. Function handle in Matlab create with @, and I want to find the length of the name in the name field. So I use the length command. The input is x, so I use the x dot. What field I want to work with it? Name. So I use the name, and then the name of the structure array, the patient. If you run it, the output is a 5 and 4. If you open the patient, you will see that column, the length is a 5 and it is a 4. Or you can use the mean for calculating the mean of this variable for test. When you want to work with a matrix for mean, you need to set the uniform output to the false. When you set the uniform output to the false, you will see that in the output the mean are calculated for you. Okay, it's an array find that you can apply a function to each element in the structure array. Sometimes it's better for you to write a loop and first find the size of the structure array and read every field and apply a function to this. But if you want to use a ready function for this purpose, you can use the array find. The next topic is about a new data type that is specific for Matlab. It is a cell array. Cell array has many properties that you can use in any project. The most important features of cell array is that you can store any type of data type in a cell array. Cell array is an array. In other words, for example, it is a 2 in 2 array. When it's a double array, every element is a number. For example, -3 or 3.9. But the cell array, every element can contain, for example, an element can contain a string or a character array. Another element can contain a matrix, or another element can contain a vector. As you see here, the length of this matrix is different with the length of this array or this string. There is no relation between the element of the cell array. They can contain anything. It can contain a big matrix. It can contain a string. It is one of the most important features of cell array that you can store any data type in an element of a cell array. Okay, how can we create cell array? It's very simple. You can create cell array with a cell command, or you can create a cell array with this symbol. This symbol in Matlab create cell array or braces. For example, I want to create a cell array C1 equal. If I want to create a double array, I use this. But for creating cell array, I use this symbol. Okay, let me to create this cell array. This cell array just have a matrix. It's very simple. I create a matrix inside the first element of a cell array. 3.2 976 851 closed braces. You have a cell array. Your cell array just have one element. It is a one row, one columns. But in the first columns, it contains a matrix. Yeah, that's very simple. And you want to add, suppose that it is our first array. I want to add this one to my cell array. It is a character array. For saving time, I just if you want to add cell array, you can open and add it in here just by click in your and add, for example, matlab1.com. So if you run cell array, you will see that it has a one row and two columns. The first element is a 3 and 3 double, but the next element is a string. I click on the workspace on the cell array and add a string character array to my cell array, but very simply I can use these features in Matlab and add this array to my cell array. Okay, these two ways are same, or you can add more elements. For example, we can add complex number. Complex number in Matlab can be created with I or J or one I or one J. Complex number in Matlab can be created with I or J or one I and one J. So the most professional programmer in Matlab don't use I in their loop. It is not recommended to use I and J as the index in our loop. If you are a programmer, you know that in the loop we commonly use I and J as the index of the loop. But because the Matlab use I and J for complex number, so the MathWorks recommends that you can use I and J, but it is better to use, we have many variables that you can use for index, for example, K, M, N. There are many variables. So because the Matlab used the complex number with I and J, it is not recommended to use this number for index of a loop. 3.4i, I create a simple complex number. So it is a complex number. Or I can add the next row, 3 dot for going to the next, and in the next I want to add a simple double, and for example zeros 3 and 3, and or I can create a string MathWorks, then I close my cell array. Now my cell array has a 2 row and 3 columns, and as you see, cell array can contain any type of array. You can add categorical, you can add table. It has a many applications in your program at the beginning that you cannot solve your problem in some array. For example, you want to work with a number, but there are some string that you must store them. You can use cell array. It is a better way to store the data that has many type of data type in your data set. Similar to other array, you can access, for example, it is my C1, it is C array. If I want to access to the first row, similar to a numeric array, you can use this. It extracts the first row for you, or you can extract the, for example, second columns. The second columns extracted for you. It is the things that you know about the array indexing you can use for cell array. Or if you want to, if you want to access this element in this cell array, it is very simple. You just need to use cell 1 This is directed, or if you want to this number is directed 1 and 3, row 1, columns 3. Cell array is directed. Okay, if I speak about the complex number for you, if I want to create some complex number, I'll just say, for example, Z1 is 3.7J. As you see, J can be used for complex number in Matlab, but the result is represented by I. If you click on Z1, you will see that it is a complex number. Or you can create just as imaginary part, Z2. You can add complex number with each other, or you can multiply them each other, or you can subtract. You can do subtraction. So it was a simple introduction to complex number. Another way to create cell array is with the cell command. In the input of cell command, you specify the number of row and columns. It is very helpful in your Matlab program before a loop that you want to you must initialize your variable, but you know that your variable is a cell array. You use the cell for initializing your variable. But if your variable is numeric array, as I said you before, it is better to use the zeros for initializing your variable. But if your variable is that contain many type of data, and you cannot use the table, you can use the cell array for storing your variables, your values. How can I modify content of the cell array? It is very simple. Just index that element that you want to change. For example, I want to change this element. It's in the row 2 and column 3. So 2 and 3 equal the new element. What do you want to insert? For example, I want to insert a random number in here. So if you see the C8 contains, replace it with a random number. It is very simple. It is similar to the other type of array in Matlab. Suppose that you have a C1 and you want to remove one row or one columns in the C1. How can I remove a row or a columns in a cell array? It is very simple, as I said you before. For example, I want to remove the second column. I index the second column, but in here with the parentheses, not with the braces, and this symbol. Now the second column removed for me. There are some functions in Matlab that you can use for converting cell array to the another type of data type. For example, you want to convert a cell array to a, for example, a matrix of number. Matrix can contain a number, and you have a cell array that contains number. You can convert a cell array to a matrix and use the feature of Matlab for matrix. How can I use this feature? Suppose that it is my cell array. If I want to convert it to a matrix, I cannot use a string in the matrix, so I cannot use these columns. But in the C1, if you take a look at the C1 contains C1 is a matrix 3 row and 3 columns, and the second row is a vector 1 row and 3 columns. So the element of the row are the element of the number of columns in days are same. The 3 and 3 is a 1 and 3. So the number of columns is same. So I can convert these columns to the array. How can I use? I can first extract the first column. How can I extract the first column? I use this command in Matlab, and the first column is extracted for me, just the first column. Okay, let me show you this column. It's a new cell array. If I want to convert it to the matrix, I use the cell to mat for CO11. As you see, the result is a matrix of number. You can see in here the first part is this matrix, and the second part is this matrix. Okay, there are many other functions. For example, cell to structure. You can convert a cell to a structure. Cell to table. You can convert a cell array to the table if you want to use the feature of cell, but you must pay attention to the content of your cell array. You cannot convert this column to the table, because as you know, the table must, all of the elements in the table have a same table. Must be the same table. It's a complex, but it's a string. You must pay attention to the content of your cell array before using this. If you want to show the content of a cell array, you can use the cell disp. For example, it shows you the content of a cell array. For example, in a home 1 and 1, this matrix. In a row 2 and column 1, there is this matrix. In row 1 and column 2, this complex number, and in the row 1 and column 2, there is this string. Okay, for getting more familiar with a cell array, please go to matlab1.com. There is a special course for cell array. You can be present many examples from cell array that can help you to write a good Matlab program. The next topic is about the function handle. What's a function handle. It's a data type that creates a function for you, but you can pass an argument to this function handle and it will give an output from this function handle. For example, you want to create a function handle that every number that you pass to it, subtract it from 10. How can I create this function handle? In Matlab, for creating function handle, we use the @ sign. Then in parentheses, we specify the input, then a blank space, and we implement the content of the function. In here, my function is x minus 10. So it is a x and the output is x minus 10. Another example, suppose that I want to have a function that take two input, x and y, and calculate the x minus y. Function handle used in many applications in Matlab. For example, in optimization, there is a course about optimization in our website, matlab1.com. In optimization, we must define a cost function, the function that we want to find the minimum of that function. So we must define our function as a function handle. It supports the function, but the function handle is a better way to define the cost function optimization. Okay. Return to our example. I want to define a function that has two inputs and the output is x minus y. How can I implement this? Just use the @ sign. After @ sign, how many input does it have? 2 and so x and y. You can use any name for input or a and b. There is no limitation. Then you can define the function between parentheses, or you cannot use function. It is not important. So it is my function. The name must be same with the input. If it is a, so it must be a, and it's a b. Okay, it is my function. Let me. As you see, it is a symbol for function handle in Matlab. You can pass a value to this function handle. If you want to pass a value, you can define a name for your function handle. For example, diff a and b. It is the name of this function handle. When your function handle has a name, then you can pass a value, for example 5 and 4. The 5 minus 4 is 1, or 10 and 4, result is 6. As you see, the defined function handle is very simple, but it has a many applications in Matlab. Function handle can also refer to a M file of function. For example, you create a function in Matlab. I create a simple function in here. How can we create a function? I will speak about it in the next sections. Just For example, I use this comp. For example, you can create any name for your function, comp s, and it has a one input. In the truth, it result x power 2. It's a simple function. The content of the function can be an M file. I just bring this example for you. And now I define a function handle for my fun. For example, is the name of my function handle, and it refers to this. Excuse me, I don't drag and drop. My fun is at sign. The name is com_s. So this function handle refers to this function that I have written in the M file. We can have an array of function handle. It must be in a cell array or a structure array. For example, fun contain a cell array of function. For example, one of them is sinus, this is cosinus, and is a tangent. So it is a cell array that every contain a function handle. As I said before, cell array can contain any type of data type. As I said you before, for indexing a cell array, suppose that I want to serve input to this function in this cell array. I must index to the 2, so it refers to this. Now I can put the input to this function, for example, pi. And the result of this function, this cell array, it doesn't have many applications in Matlab. You just know how to create a function handle. If you want to create a function handle, you can use these two methods. You can create a function handle with the command, as you see here, or you can refer a function handle to an M file that is a function. We have many types of M files. Some is a script or is a function. You can just refer a function handle to a function. Function handle, as I said you in here, can be used in optimization, or if you want to do integral of a function, you use the function handle. If you want to find the root of an equation, you define that function handle and pass it to the f0. But I want to speak about this topic in here, but function handle has many applications in Matlab, so some of them. The next topic is about data type conversion. We are familiar with many types of data type. For example, numeric array, or string, or character array, or cell array, or table, categorial. How can we convert this array to, to one of them. For example, you have a numeric array, you want to convert it to the table. Or you have a table, you want to convert it to cell array. Or you have a string, you want to convert it to character array. Or you have a string, you want to convert it to the cell array. Or any case that you want to use. Matlab has a many function to convert value from one data type to another for using different contexts. For example, you can convert number to text and then append them to a plot label or file name. Or you can represent number as their binary value, for example. Matlab provides function for conversion between numeric array, string, and character array as a categorical or tables. For example, I said one of them before to you. It was a number to str. Number to str convert a number to a string. For example, 20. Output is a string. Class of ants. Character array is a string. Or you can convert a matrix to a character with a mat to str. Most of these conversions done with this function in Matlab to most of them, not all of them. Previous is the name of the source and this side is the result. For example, num to str. Num refer to number and it's a string. Str refer to strings, a ratio. Or mat to str. Mat is a ratio of matrix and str is a ratio of string. Num refer to numeric array and str refer to a string array. Or we can use a string for converting, for example, a number to a string. Or we can use the char for converting to a character. We can see the ASCII code of this number with the char. Or cell str can we convert the cell array to a character vector. Or reversely, we can convert a string to the number. We can use the str. The previous command was str to num, but Matlab changed it to a new function. It is a str to double. We have a str to num. Str to num convert character array to a numeric array, but it's better. Matlab recommended you to use the string to double to convert a string to double precision value. Or you can convert to the hexadecimal or binary number. It has a special application that you can read about it in the help of Matlab. But for example, I bring some example in here. For example, you want to convert a decimal value to the binary value. For example, you want to convert 23 to binary value to the binary value for this decimal value. But it has some special applications, so I don't want to speak more about them. As I said, you can use categorial for creating a categorial array, or you can use table to array for converting a table to array, or table to cell for converting table to cell, or table to struct for converting a table to a structure array, or you can use the array to table for converting array to a table. It is very simple. You must just define an array as input. For example, I use rand3 as the input, and the result, save the result in a T4, T5. As you see, it creates a table for me from array. For work reversely, I use the table to array. I want to, it is a T5, I want to create the array. I use, for example, A2 is table to array T5. The result is a numeric array. Or as I said, cell to mat can be used for converting cell array to a matrix, or we have a cell to a struct that convert a cell array to a structure array. We have a mat to cell for converting a matrix to a cell array. What I said you before, you must pay attention to the content of the cell array when you want to use cell array for mat or cell array for struct. It's very important you pay attention to the size and number of columns and row of the element in each element in the cell array. Or you can use mat to cell. For example, I bring a simple example in here for you. Let me to create a rand matrix in here, or is the rand for example 4 row and 5 columns. It's my matrix. I want to create, it's very important, please pay attention. I bring it in here. I want to create a cell array from this array. Okay, mat to cell must use it as it. The first is the array that you want to work with it. It's R in here, for example. And you must specify the dime order. What's the dime order? As you know, the cell array can contain any size of array in each element. If, for example, I want to convert it to this array, for example, 2 in here and in here, this in here, and this in here. Or a simple example, I want to convert it to this, and I want to convert it to a cell array that it is in the first element and it is the second element. In the dime order, you must specify the number of rows for the first cell element. The next, what's the number of rows in here? 2. The number of rows in here is 3. So I use this command in Matlab. Okay, let me 2 and 3. Between A is R. As you see here, let me to save the result in R2. If I open the workspace, you will see that the one of them is two row and 4 columns, and the next has a 3 row and 4 columns. Okay, or another example. The R, let me rename it to R4. For example, 1 row and 4 row. 1 row just this row, and another row considered for another cell in the cell array. Okay, R4. If you open the R4, the first contains this element for the first row of the R, and the second is a 4 and 4, contain the remaining elements. Okay, if I want to create this matrix, how can I do it? For example, this element considered as a 1 cell in a cell array, and this is a 1 cell and this is a 1 cell. It's very simple. You just define the 2 dimension. When you define why not 1 dimension is considered as a row. How many rows it has? 2. How many rows does it have? 3. The next. How many columns does it have? 2. How many columns does it have? 2. So I must write this number. So R, and it is for example R3. I must write 2, 3. Most of the Matlab user has problem with math to cell. So you can see that a new array is created for me that contain 2 and 2 as I expected, then it's 3 and 2, this array, and 2 and 2, 2 and 2, and 3 and 2, 3 row and 2 columns. So if you want, you can use many functions in Matlab for data type conversion. It's many functions, but it was some of them that I use mostly in my Matlab code. For complete codes, please go to matlab1.com. The next topic is the arithmetic operation in Matlab. How can we do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, power, rounding? In the previous lecture, I spoke about the rounding function. There are 4 functions in Matlab that can be used for round. They were side, fix, floor, and round. But I want to speak about the addition in this section. Suppose that you have a simple matrix A and B. They have a same columns, number of columns of these two matrices are same. If you write A plus B, then the corresponding element in these two matrices are added. So the result, A plus B, the result is 2 plus 5 is 7, 3 plus 6 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11. Or you can use multiplication, but multiplication in Matlab is a matrix multiplication. For matrix multiplication, the number of columns in the first matrix must be same with the second. We cannot use the A cross B in Matlab, but there is a special multiplication in Matlab that we can use. It's a cross product. The cross product, the corresponding element are multiplied with each other. 2 is multiplied by 5 is 10, 3 is multiplied by 6 is 8, and 4 multiplied by 7 is 28. Or you can use divide, A divided by B. Every element are divided. Or you can use minus. There is not difference between the corresponding minus and minus. Every element, the difference between each element are minus 3. It was about the multiplication and adding, subtraction, and division. Let me to define 2 and 2 matrix A and B on the 2 by 2. Now I can multiply these two matrices in each other. If I write A multiply by B, so this multiplication is a matrix multiplication. But if I write dot, then the cross, it is a corresponding multiplication. you will see that the result is different. Okay, it's A and it's B. I can use A plus B. Every element are added, corresponding element are added. It's added with each other, it is in, or I can use A minus B. But I can use A divided by B or A backslash B. There is a difference between these two in Matlab. If you write A divided by B in Matlab, it means that Matlab solved this equation for you and find the x for you. Matlab create a linear equation, system of linear equation for you and find x. But if you write A backslash B, Matlab solve this equation for you. As you know, there is a difference between these two equations. So depending on if you use a slash or backslash, Matlab solve a different equation for you. If I write A divided by B, Matlab return this for me. If I write A backslash B, Matlab return this matrix. It's solve that equation this equation. It's a solve for this equation and it's a solution for this system of linear equation. Or I can write power. It's A. If I write A power 2, it's a matrix multiplication. A multiplied by itself. But if I write dot before the power symbol, it's an element-wise power. It's element divide multiplied by 2 and so on. I said you that you can use transpose. It's A. If I want to see the transpose, I use this symbol, or I can use the transpose command. But there is a command in Matlab, dot. What's the difference between dot and dot transpose and transpose? The result for double array are same. As you see the result, if you use the dot transpose or transpose same. But if you have a complex array, for example 2 plus 4i 3 minus 6j and it's enough. Our new variable is a complex number. It's a double complex. If I write A transpose, you see that it calculates the conjugate transpose. I is converted to minus I converted to minus I, and the negative is converted to positive. But if I write dot transpose, it just transpose without any change in the I. As you plus now is a plus, the minus is a minus. So depending on the content of your array is complex or not. There is a difference between dot transpose and transpose. The next function that you must know about is a mod. Mod is a reminder after division. For example, 12 and 4. 12 and 4 or 12 and 5. The reminder after division for this, or let me do for 7. 7 is the 5 because the reminder for this division is 5. The next function for reminder is a rem. Rem or reminder after division 12 and 7 is a 5. But what's the difference between mod and rem? Mod used this formula for calculation. It used the floor. But the rem use fix for calculation. What was the difference between rem and fix and floor? It was in the direction of the rounding. So mod 12 and 0 is 12, but the rem 12 and 0 is 9. So you must pay attention to the number that you want to calculate the division. The floor round toward negative infinity. So 0 cannot happen, but the fix, because round toward the 0 can happen, and when the 0 is divided by 0, the Matlab creates a NaN variable, as I said you before. The next command is a sum. Sum is used for calculating the sum of elements in an array. For example, it is an array. If you want to calculate the sum of the element in an array, you can use the sum. For calculating the mean or the average of a value of an array, can use min. For calculating the median, you can use median A. If the input is the matrix, for example, this matrix, and you apply the sum to this matrix, the sum of columns are calculated. As you see, the sum of the columns are calculated. Or if you apply the mean to this matrix, the mean of columns are calculated. If you want to calculate the sum of all elements, you must convert it to a vector. As I said before, for converting a matrix to a vector, you must use this symbol. So the result is the sum of all elements. or for mean, we can use the same operation. It's the mean of all elements in this matrix. So if you apply a mathematical function to a matrix, it will be applied to the columns of that matrix. If you want to apply that mathematical function to all of the elements, you must convert that matrix to a vector, then it will calculate it for all of the elements in a matrix. The next topic is about the relational operation. Relational operation compare the element of two array and return the logical value, the logical true or false, or 0 or 1, or true or false. For example, suppose that it is an array and you want to find the value that are greater than 5 or greater than 5. The result is a logical array. The place that are greater than 5 are 1 and the other place that lower or equal to 5 are 0. The logical operator in Matlab are double equal that determine equality. The next is greater than or equal. Next is lower or equal, greater, lower. They are the relational operator, and the next is inequality. There's an inequality in operation. For example, find the value in R that they are not 6. 6 is 0 and other elements are 6. Find the value that are equal. 6. 6 is 1 and other elements are 0. You can apply this operation to a matrix. For example, it is a matrix and you can find a value that are greater than or equal to 5. Two value. These values are greater than 5. Suppose that you want to modify this value to a new value. For example, find a value that are greater than 5 and convert them to 5. How can we apply it? So we must find the value are greater than 5 with this command and then use the logical indexing. Logical indexing is an output of relational operation. So we write b, and b is greater than equal to 5 to 5. So these values are changed to 5. This operation is very useful when you want to convert some value to the other value. For example, if there is a nan or inf in our data, we must find a solution for this value because nan and inf are not good value in our dataset. We can use a logical operator with a logical operation. Logical operator are and, or, XOR, and not. Or we can use and with this symbol, or with this character, and XOR with this command, and not with this command. When you want to compute the not of a logical, you use this character. For example, we have this for b greater than or equal to 5. If I want to calculate the inverse of this logical value, I put this character before this operation, and the zeros are converted to 1 and 1 converted to 0. It is equivalent if I write the b lower than 5. Okay. Suppose that I want to find a value. Let me to run again the b. Suppose that I want to find a value that are greater than 8 and lower than 3. So I have two conditions in here. I must use AND between my command. So b that are greater than 8 and b lower than, for example, 3. As you see, there is no element that are greater than 8 and lower than 3. But if I converted it to OR, you will see that this value are greater than or it means that this condition or this condition. So the result is this and this and this. The logical operation are very application when you want to write if with each other. For example, if I can bring some examples for you from the AND mostly used for if. When you want to check, as you see here, you use the AND between these two conditions, or in here it used the AND between these two conditions. It means that these two conditions must be satisfied. Or in here again and, in here again and. It mainly used when you want to write if statement. Or in here it used the not. And here it used the not. use the lower, or use the not. It use in here or means this condition or this condition is satisfied, this command will be run. Or in here it used the equality sign. In here we have equality, then or, and again and or again. It's a combination of all of them. It compared number of arc with 3, number of arc with 4, or it means that the number of arc can be 3 or 4. Then compare the is vector, the first input, is a vector, yes or not? Is a vector, yes. The second input is a vector, yes. So this condition will be true or false. In here we again compare the quality, then there is an and between these conditions. Normal calculate the number of elements in the array if the number of elements is equal to 1 and number of r equal 2, so this error message will be shown to the user. The mainly application of logical operation are in the writing if. The complicated statement is constructed with this logical operation. There are two important functions in here that if you pay attention, we have one of them in this function. It is any and all. What does this means? Please let me to bring the B again. Suppose that I want to check a matrix for a condition. For example, B lower than 5. As you see here, these elements are greater than 5. The output and the index of these elements are 1 and other are 0. If you want to write the condition that any of the element of B are greater than 0, then do an operation. In here you can use the any. So any of these elements, any of these are greater than 5, then the output is any B greater than 5. As you see, it shows the elements that are greater than C. As I said you before, when you apply a mathematical function to a matrix, it will operate on the columns. So any can apply to a vector, so it will operate on these columns. In this column, is there 1? Yes, so the output is 1. Is there any 1 in here? Yes, so the output is 1. Let me to bring a bigger matrix, and let me to bring this matrix. If we apply the operation to this matrix, we can see that there is a 5 in here, so the output is 1, but there is not any element in this array that are greater than 5, so the output is 0. Or we can increase the threshold for greater than 5, so first these elements are output, and if you want to apply just on all of the elements, as said before, you can convert it to the vector, then apply, and the output is just 1. It is very helpful when you want to check one time that a condition is true. But if you want to check all of the elements are true, it's a B. Let's bring the B and B greater than 5. In this matrix, just these two and these two are greater than 5, and other elements are 0. So when you want to check the all element are 1, you use the all. I'll check for all element, but there is 1 0 in here, so the output is 0. All of them are 0, output is 0. There is a 0 in here, so the output is 0. Let me to bring another example for b that are greater than 3. B greater than 3. As you see here, the first column are 1, so the output is 1. The third column are 1, the output is 1. So if you want to check that all occurrence of a condition, you must use all. These two functions are very important and help you to write a good Matlab program. Most Matlab beginner use find for finding the index of an array in the condition, but I don't recommend it because the logical indexing, as I said you in many examples, can help you to find the index of the condition and extract these elements from the input matrix. In this section, I want to learn you how to write loops and conditional statement in the Matlab. Every Matlab programmer must know how to write loops and statement condition, because every Matlab program, every program that you see in Matlab contain these operations. For example, in here you see a for loop, you see another for loop, or in here you see a condition, if condition, or in here you see the if condition inside a for loop, or in here if condition, or in here if condition, in here another if condition, You see if condition that contain else. So you must know how to write the if condition and for loop, or write the try, catch, and it is a special command for Matlab. Or you can know how to write for loop, as you see for an if condition. You can find in many of Matlab conditions. I want to give you a good advice. In this course, you get familiar with many Matlab functions. For example, many Matlab functions you get familiar. If you want to see how Matlab developer write this function, you can use the edit blank space and the name of that function. It will open M file as that function. For example, you will see in here there is the structure array is defined, and in here there is an if condition. This if condition has a 3 condition. First this, then, and then this condition, and in here there is another condition, and there is if, then a if inside another if. It's a very good things for you to learn how to write condition in Matlab, because these programs are developed by Mathwork developer, Mathwork Inc. So it is a very good resource for learning. There is a condition that you can see there is a or between these two conditions, and in here we have 3 conditions inside each other. It is the nested condition, and it is another, and it is another condition. So how to write the if condition in Matlab? You see that it's very important to write the if condition in Matlab. For writing if condition, you write the if. If is a keyword in Matlab, then you use one of the logical operation. For example, R equal to C. It means that when R is equal to C, then this section will be run. I can display a message to the user that R is equal to C, or I can plot, or I can do some operation. I can index, or I can calculate FFT. I can use a mathematical operation. I can do anything. If R is equal to C, do this operation, or else if R minus C are equal to 1. You can use parentheses for priority of operation. If R minus C is equal to 1, then display R minus C is 1. It is just for example, but in a real code world, as you see here, some operation can call another function, but it's just for example. You can write another else if. For example, else if R is greater than C, display R is bigger than C. And you can have a final, else it means that if any all of these conditions are not satisfied, then this section will be operate display others. You must pay attention that every loop and conditional statement needs an end. When you type the end, Matlab show you this end is related to this if. Okay, let me to consider r equal 3 and c equal 3 and save our code. And write comment in here that is written by matlab1.com. As you see here, display r is equal to c. It means that this section is run. So let me to put the r greater than c. As you see here, it write the r is bigger than c. This section is run. Or let me to consider c greater than r. As you see here, it write others. It means that this section is down. If loop can contain any else if. For example, we can have it this. It means that there is a one condition. Or it can have a else if without else. Just one else if. Or it can have a and what it must in some standard of programming say that you must consider else for your condition, because you must consider a situation for your program to do. For example, when you write a code with a good reliability, if this condition is not happened, what do you expect from program to do? You must define, you must design a situation that this condition is not down. It is better to consider else in your if condition if you want to write a good program with a good reliability, especially when you want to work with hardware. Okay, if I want to show you some example from if condition, you see that in here the if just have a one if in here, or we have a just one if in here, or in here just one if. It doesn't use the else or else if in writing the condition. Or in here we see that it uses the else. If A equal to C, use the linear interpolation. Else means that A is not equal to C, use the inverse quadratic interpolation. Or in here, if P is greater than 0, P equal minus Q, else P equal minus P. As you see here, the writing condition, or in here you can see there is else if and else. if a, b, is b, absolute value of d is greater than constant, b equal b plus d, else if b is greater than c, b equal b minus taller, else b is equal b plus taller. Okay, I think the if condition is very simple. You must know how to use the condition. For example, suppose that we write another example just for getting you more familiar. We can take the input from the user with the input command. Enter a number. With this command we give a number from the user, for example 23. We must check if the user enter a number or iterate. If is numeric, eğer ورودی, if the input is a number, iterate. Then display. We want to write a message to the car, to the user. Thank you. Your number is. For converting a number to the string, I use the number to str. My number is iterate, so I use the number to str in here. Thank you, your number is in here. Else if, or the user can enter iterate. Else if a string CMP, because the iterate is a CMP, but I must write S in here to accept from the user a string. If I don't use S in here, iterate is a number, but if I want to take a string from the user, I must write S in the input, then the iterate is a string. So in here I said to the Matlab, compare with the string CMP. A string CMP iterate, string CMP iterate with let me change it to yes. And as said before, you must use the lower to change it to the lowercase and compare it. Compare iterate with yes. Matlab show me a warning that I have a command for width of lower and upper, that is the string CMPI. If you go and open the help, it shows that string CMP compared to a string, that's a case insensitive. Okay, you can use a string CMP or you can use a string CMPI. But in here I use the string CMP. I compare the lowercase of iterate with a yes. If the user type the yes, then I must exit. Display the exit. And else if is numeric, it is a number. What? The number, a string to double y. I check if the input that the user are consider as y is a number or not with this condition, string to double. Then I display this message to the user. So because the input is a string, I don't need to convert it with a number to str. It's a string itself. So let me to run the program. If the user type yes, it will show the exit to the user. And if the user type a number 12, thank you, your number is 12. I can consider a else, display input is not a number, matlab1.com. Okay, let me to check it. Yes, the program exit. If I run it again and give a number, give me the number. And if I run it and give a string, but when I give in a string, it must not consider it as input. So yes, I must check in here, not yes, it was my mistake in here. I must use here. It is not a numeric. When it is not a numeric, display this message to the user, and else display it to me. I forgot to write things in here. I don't use the number in hand. I just use this to check if the input is a number or not. For example, consider iterate is a string. If I apply string to double to this, you will see that output is none. So with is none, I can check if the input is a string or not. Let me to run the program and enter a number. Okay, run. Okay, let me to run it and give a string to it. Yes, input is not a number. And let me to give in the yes. Yes, okay, exit. So if you want to check if the input is a number, if the input string is a number or not, you can use this command. Convert a string to a double, then check it is a none or not. So it was another example. Let me to go to the for loop. How to write a for loop in Matlab. It's very simple, similar to other programming language. Write the for, then specify the index of the loop, the variable that show the index of the loop. For example, as I said you before, it is better to don't use I and j for loop in a for loop. So you can write for a equal, then define a vector that a can change. For example, a from 1 to 10, display a. Then don't forget to write the end. Let me to save it as a main tree and run the program. As you see here, it writes the program from 1 to display the program from 1 to 10. If you want to create a step between the variable, just use the step between the two dots and run it again. As you see here, there is a step between every element in the loop. You can define another variable for index. For example, index3 equal line space 1 to 20 and 7. Then write a for a equal init3 display. You can select another name, for example k. And don't forget to write k, and let me to run this section, and you will see that it used the index that you define in this array. Okay, so you can use the column to define the how your index will be changed, or you can use the function, or you can use the variable inside other part of your Matlab program. Let me to show you some example from the Matlab developer, how they write a if loop in their program. All of them are if. There is no, let me to go to the main function, if condition. Sometimes there is no for loop. Oh, in here there is a for loop. As you see here, index is I, the first element is this variable, the step is 2, and the n is a nominal variable minus 1. Or another example, if I can find for you, if if condition, as you see here, this if condition, the if condition, and it is a big if condition. Else if is for this if, and this else is for this if. Okay, there's just one if in this program. Sometimes there's not necessary to use if in any MATLAB program, or in here you can see a loop that the index is a start from 1 and from 1 go to the NP, or in here start from T1 and go to the T uppercase, or in here start P from 1 and go to the NP, and you can see that you can see many examples of if in your program, or you can define two if inside each other. For example, if n 1 2 3 display call and n, and if you run this section, okay, display just accept one element. I cannot use two elements inside it. If I run it, you will see that two variables are printed with each other. There is a many important point in here that it is better to don't use the for loop in your MATLAB program. I think because we cannot find many for loop in the MATLAB the developer, because they don't use for loop very much in their program, because the for loop reduce the speed of your code. So it is better to prevent from for loop. If you need to some multiplication in your data, use the vector multiplication, not use the for inside another for, because when the number of variables in the index is a very big. For example, if you want to repeat this for loop for example 5,000 times, and the inside for loop for 4,000 times, it needs a very big number to complete. So it reduce your speed and program. You run your program and see that it takes 2 days to complete. So if you go to our website, we have a special course about how to error and warning, and how to write high-speed code in MATLAB. In that course, I describe what's a vector operation and how we can use the vector operation, and we can prevent from multiple loop in a MATLAB program. So it is a for loop. And next is the while. While is very similar to the for loop. It check condition. If you are a developer, you are familiar with this very good. For example, while k is lower than 10, do operation, for example display k, but you must increase the k inside the loop and take a starting value for your loop. If you run this code, you will see that it will display the value of k for you. Okay. If you don't want to see the result of a program, Matlab program at the command window, just press the semicolon. You see that these values are printed. If you want to increase the step, just increase this value. The difference between while and for is that while will be run one time, but the for loop, if this value is not a good value, it cannot be stored. And in the while loop, if this condition is not satisfied, this while loop will not be run anymore. You can use the if inside a while loop. For example, there is a Matlab command, the break used in the loop to exit from a loop. For example, I can write here if k is greater than 6, break. It means that go out from this loop and don't continue the operation of the loop. So if I run the code, you will see that it just 1, 3, 5 doesn't continue to 7 and 9 because the 7 is greater than 6 and it will be run. So it comes out from the loop. The break is a very useful statement. Or another command in the loop is a continue. For example, if reminder after operation of k and 3 are 0, then continue. What does it mean continue? Continue, it means that it don't continue the loop operation. When it gets to the continue, come to the starting point of the loop. If it is a while, return to here. If it is a if, return to the first if. Okay, it means that if the remainder of the k and 3 is 0, then continue. Let me to let the k to the 1. If I run it again, okay, sometimes there is an error in your loop and the Matlab gets busy and doesn't come out from it. Just press the Ctrl C. Ctrl C is terminated by the user. I forgot to write here k. I must increase the value of k, because if I don't increase the value of k, the value of k don't change, return to here, but return to here, and the program will be in this section of the code continuously. So let me run it again, and you will see that the result of the value that the remainder after division for 3 are 0, they don't print at the output 3, 6, 9. Or you can use OR, and if the car and 2 are 0, it means that if the remainder after division are for 2 is 2, don't display again. You will see that it just operate or 1, 5, and 7. 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, 9 are ignored. So it was a break and continue. As I said you before, go to the Matlab program and you can find a very good example how to use for, while, if in their program. I think the next one is the switch. A good example for the switch is right in here. Switch is a type of similar to the if condition, but you don't write if. You determine the variable that you want to compare, then write the case of this compare. If the print type is one of these, then this section will be run. If the print type is one of these, then trace equal to 0. Or if the print type is this section is 0. And else, if none all of them is there are no any of these case, the otherwise will be run. It's I think it's very simple. And the next one that is especially for Matlab, I didn't see in any other programming language. It's a try catch and end. It is a very useful when you want to skip from the error. Sometimes you write a program and in some case an error can happen. When an error can happen, you must design a solution for this situation. Because if you cannot define a solution for this situation, your program cannot run. You must define a solution for the situation that there is an error. For example, you write you write this program, and sometimes it creates an error, but sometimes it doesn't create error. At the first, you must inspect that why this code generate error, and define a condition. If this section produce error, how can I define a procedure of solution for it? You can define the procedure in this section. Okay, for example, if I want to show you a simple example, let me to use this. I want to take a number from the user or yes. The input is a string. I write here that display thank you to the user for the input, and okay, you take input from the user and convert it to the num, a string to num. Then you want to display the Q2 to the user. Let me to run the code and see what does it happen. Or okay, string to num q and display the QR. Let me run the code for a string. For example, this is string. But this part of code must generate an error for us, but this program doesn't show any error to me. What does it happen in here? If I run this part, you will see that error happens. But why does the code doesn't show any error to me? Because you write this section is a try and catch. Matlab come to the line 10. Line 10 produce error, but because it is in try and catch at end, Matlab run the section in the cache. There is anything in the cache, so the Matlab doesn't show any error to us. Just run this section and this section. You will see that Q is in the workspace, but this section has not been run. So try and catch help you to prevent from the error in your program. You can define the things in here. For example, display just Q or display input is not a number. Okay, it was a try and catch in the Matlab that is very useful for handling the different error in Matlab. The next command that you need the parallel processing is par4. Par4 is a command that can be used when you have a parallel processing in Matlab. It helps you that when Matlab want to run a for loop for you, it divided this for loop and run it parallelly with the available CPU in your system. Okay, it was a review on the different part of Matlab. I think it was very helpful for you. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. My website is matlab1.com. You can find many useful courses in this website. about the Matlab. Thank you for your watching. Thank you.